Never stress, I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress, I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong, keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. They counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope. That better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past are the days where you been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Where to find us
That's the nights I want to see.
Lovely 2-1 spin as well, and both teams they push up forward.
Pero por parte de la escalavera latinoamericana empiezan con las dos chicoleras. Ahí va Miramar, ahí va Miramar. ¡Gol! Terminan haciendo la cuenta.
Enquanto o Arthurzinho já tem a confirmação no próximo. Enquanto seus companheiros estão tentando segurar, ele vai para braço. Tem que esperar Jaguar e lá tenemos el gol.
The first building they smashed in.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Americas Fall 2022 Championships. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and I hope you're ready for some of the best PUBG Mobile action in the West. And to help join me along here, we got our amazing analysts back at it again. We got Imperium and Sandstorm. How y'all doing, boys?
Day 1 over in Dummit. I'm hyped for what is going to come in today's games, man.
Yeah, 6 games, 6 more chances for these teams to improve on their performance from day 1.
Well, you know, speaking of improving on performance, right? Yesterday, we had a little prediction game amongst us here on the desk. And there is one person that definitely needs to step up.
Imperium.
That's Imperium.
Look, I'm pulling out a Nova. Right?
Oh.
Playing the long game.
So you're running it
luring
down.
you both into a false sense of security.
Okay.
And then between tomorrow, I'm going to leave it for today. For tomorrow and the final day, boom, in I come.
What do you think, chat? Do you think that that is true, or is it lies? We'll find out a little bit later. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to Realme, our official sponsor here for the 2022 PMPL Americas Championships. Guys, first off, Imperium, right? You said you're going to step it up. Yeah. Like Nova, right? We need to see Nova really have a huge day today, or I think they're going to be in big trouble. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. Look, it was not a good start. And this is where, whether it's IGL, whether it's as a whole team, they need to band together, right? When I think of where Nova are in, I kind of harp back to Nigma back in the PMGC when they had 4 points in 5 games. It's that kind of comeback that they need to make.
Yeah, very, very true. And one thing I did want to look at was the comparison between, let's say, the performance in other regions. So
Yeah.
for example, you had the MEA champions in Power who had a 99-point day in day 2, I believe.
Wow.
They came back strong in their championship. And we've seen when it comes to EU as well, Fireflux, they managed to get, what, 113 points?
Yeah.
In day 1 as well. So there is a chance. We still have 3 days. We still have 18 games, guys.
There you go. It's possible, right? It's possible. We've seen other regions do it. Can Nova do it? That's what I want to know. Let us know right now. Go ahead and make sure you hit us up on Twitter, Instagram, subscribe to the new YouTube channel. And of course, anytime you go ahead and chat with us, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL Americas so all the big bosses can know that we're chatting about it. You know, that's what I'm saying. Get it done. All right, guys. So, yay, Nova coming to step up. One region, of course, that didn't really need to step at all is Brazil, right?
Oh,
Brazil dominated so many chicken dinners. But hey, LATAM did a lot of work too. I mean, Team QUESO up on top.
Yeah, Team QUESO looks so good today, and I can't wait to delve even more into them as we look at the format. And we've seen with already 6 games underway, it leaves us with just 18, Sandstorm.
Yeah, 18 more games, 3 more days, 6 games a day. So one thing I will be focusing on, like we've said, Nova, and not only them, just for fun as well. These guys, they managed to get themselves a chicken dinner at the end of day 1. So I feel like that might have given them the boost that they needed coming into day 2.
Yeah, well, what are they playing for, right? They're playing for that big money, $150,000 on the line, $23,000 for first place, as you can see right there. But the real prize is that top 3, right? That top 3. And what are they going to win?
They are going to win a ticket to the PMGC.
Woo! I love that. Hit them high notes, baby. That's
Thank you very much.
I was actually
quite
I like
proud
that.
of
I like that. 10 out of 10. But don't do it again.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Well, you know what? One team that really has a good chance of getting that money is going to be Team QUESO, as they did end up in first place. Let's go take a quick look at a nice little video about them, and then we'll be right back.
Que le empiezan a explotar los vehículos con lo que se quiere cubrir. Queda mitad de vida. Avanza toda la manada de los quesitos. Lo elimina. Y contame, Killer, que tenemos.
Yo creo que el modo de juego y la agresividad. proponer más pelea. Fuimos un equipo, podría decirlo, muy pasivo al principio, en la misma week, y después la final dijimos ya, esto, si seguimos así, no sé qué resultado podríamos haber tenido, pero tenemos que cambiarlo y ser más agresivos. Así que en PMPL entramos con un foco de ya, si no nos da, rompemos una casa nada más y listo. O sea, podría decir, hay algunos, pero no tanto. O sea, es que puede jugar en contra de varias cosas. Así que ahora, hasta el momento, es confiar en nosotros y trabajar mucho para un buen resultado. Como te dije anteriormente, mucho análisis de la forma de juego que tienen los equipos, de cómo actúan en partida o en zonas contrarias y cosas así. Pero no te puedo dar más detalles de todo lo que estamos trabajando, pero solo es un poquito.
Nice little interview there with Team QUESO. We also got a chance to talk to them a little bit yesterday, which was an absolute blast. And you know what? They did tell us that when it comes to studying, they studied all the teams.
All the teams.
Every single one of them.
As in, even the teams outside of this tournament, they just studied all the teams.
They study themselves, though.
Well, I think they're going to have to do a little bit of that here because you know what? This is their team stats here from yesterday. 4.5 average eliminations. This is why the squad's on top.
The average survival time of 21 minutes. One of the biggest things that I noticed about Team QUESO yesterday was how they were able to avoid any potential early game action and really play into that late game. So on one game of Erangel, they avoided VIVO keyed, and another game they avoided another team, rotated in, and then played that strong, controlling late game.
Yeah, beautifully done by them. But overall, I think we're seeing a very big, dominant side from the Brazilian region, okay? I think it was, what, 4 out of the 5 chicken dinners was from Brazil?
4 out of 6. 4 out of 6.
Yeah, 4 out of 6. Absolutely insane to see from them. So, you know, 2 teams that I think we really need to highlight here are some of the top squads we saw in the Brazilian region, and that is Alpha 7 versus Loops.
Yeah, and when we're looking at both of these squads, you're seeing a little bit of a different strategy in terms of how they're approaching these games and how they're approaching the tournament. When you look on one side in the terms of Alpha 7, their elimination points speak for themselves, 41, and they managed to get 15 out of those 41 in just that one match. So incredible performance from them. But when you look at Loops, not seeing the same consistency when it comes to the fights. After the first 2 games, they got a chicken dinner, then second place, and then they started to fall off the rest of the day.
For Alpha 7, they're their only team to hit over 30 points in one game, so that's a big boost to what was their total amount of points. And both teams, on a side note, did have kind of up and down days where they started off strong, ended bad, or started off bad and ended strong.
Yeah, you know, there's so many different formulas, right, to try to win a championship like this. You know, you can go heavy on eliminations, you can go heavy on survival, get those placement points. At the end of the day, it really is a blend of both, right? But you have to do better when it comes to these stages. So one thing I really want to take a look at is how Execute has performed. This was their day 1 performance compared to their NA finals performance.
Let's be fair, they're not looking the absolute best in the overall standings, currently lying in 9th. I want to kind of hit that straight off the bat, but if you're looking at a comparison, the fact that their average survival time in this kind of lobby is over 3 minutes more than in the PMPL NA final shows that they've studied, they've done the research, and they've prepared as much as possible to get off to a good start.
But you said it yourself. They're still in 9th place. They need to do a hell of a lot more if they want to get to the top 3 and compete for one of those tickets to the PMGC.
And just to show, right? They made top 3 in the NA finals, and now they're in 9th place, and they did better. That just goes to show that this stage is another level, and it's only going to get harder, especially at the next stage coming up here after this one. So, you know, one other squad that I really kind of take a look at is Infinity, right? Infinity, we saw them have a pretty solid year performance, but I know you noticed some differences, huh?
Yeah, when we're looking at Infinity, you're talking about the fact that 80% of their points come from placement. And we've noticed it time and time again. They get themselves in a very good position, but they just can't seem to close out those fights and the last possible moments. They're not getting the elimination points they need to contest with the top teams in this tournament so far.
To give that a bit of an idea of and really highlight your point, Sandstorm, their average elimination points in day one was just 1.83 per game.
Wow.
Their average placements was 8.67. That will hurt them if they don't pick up the aggression.
Yeah, you know what? I think they're really kind of hoping on that one particular position where they get that zone blessed and just absolutely go nuts. But you can't really just hope on that, you know, because you know what? These MVPs, they are coming for you.
Yeah, I mean, and I love the fact that we're looking at 5 different players from 5 different teams. And Revo, he was our MVP for day 1. Insane stats coming in for his team and for the squad of Alpha 7. But I want to see more, personally, from Coops. I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at Knights. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay, they already have their PMGC slot, but as we've somewhat pointed out, NA as a region are lagging behind and they need to pick up the pace. And if you're going to be the blueprint, you want to be the blueprint at the #1 spot, so you're dead right to point that out.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think we have seen some impressive moves from Coops, especially. I mean, we heard Avenger the other day, was just like, oh my gosh, look at this guy, right? I was like, okay, another elimination here, another elimination there. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you know, this is, like you mentioned, he has to be that blueprint to really put NA on the map at these stages. Hopefully, we could see that here today. And you know what? I think it's time we take a look at the overall rankings so we can see where everybody stacks up here before day number 2. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, we saw Team QUESO on top.
Yeah.
So good. So good. Like, as a team, they're just able to get the most out of their situation. For example, that Miramar game where Ayala just popped out of nowhere, took down Vivo Key, took down this squad, that squad, but the whole team are there to support him when they need it.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I love the fact that we are seeing so much use of the shotguns, and especially with the DPS from Ayala. Even one of the games, he had 3 eliminations, and 2 of them were with the DPS. I'm pretty sure the third one we missed it, but looking towards the rest of the squads here competing, Execute currently in 9th place, but I did want to touch on Furious Gaming as well. You're also talking about one of the teams that has qualified to the PMGC, but have a very lackluster performance coming into this tournament. 21 eliminations. Okay, you're doing good on that side. You are taking fights, you are winning them, but you also need to kind of match that energy when it comes to placement. You need to get yourselves into those final zones and contest for those placement points.
One thing to note, it is very close in terms of the standings. There's only an average of 0.5 points per game difference between 1st place and 11th place. So there is that scope for teams to really kind of come into today, haven't done the VOD review, Hot Jukes, and pick up the pace.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing, you know, I'm looking at just for fun. Okay, last game of the day yesterday, they got that chicken dinner, put themselves at least in contention for here today. But you know what? You guys all watching, go ahead, tell your friends, tell everybody, because once our Peak and Curve viewers hits 20,000, 40,000, 60,000, you can win. Everybody's going to win one of those corresponding rewards that we saw there. Just pick it up in the in-game event center 3 days after the tournament. Oh, yeah. So, guys, also, trivia question. We got a nice question for y'all as well. Yesterday, you guys gave out how much you see?
Nothing. What are you talking about? Look, listen. We said we'll give it out tomorrow. Okay, we'll give it out
that's
tomorrow.
what it is, right?
When tomorrow comes, we'll talk about it.
And then tomorrow, yes. So guys, go ahead. Let us know what you guys see like that. And hopefully we can see who gets it right there. Who's got that PUBG Mobile IQ? You know, it's so funny. We actually did some interviews with some of the different squads here before. And we tested some of the players' IQs. Nova did not get one question wrong. Not one compared to the other teams.
Well, except for maybe the question of how do you play PUBG Mobile?
I think they should stop hitting the books and start hitting the game a little bit more then.
Hey, you know what? It's a blend. It is a blend. This is what they're going to be playing on, though, here today. The same map schedule that we saw yesterday, guys. And one map in particular I'm looking is match number 4, right? Sanhok. Nova has been constantly on that heal strategy, but Infinity took that out from under them yesterday.
Yeah, they read them pretty well, and we've seen how many places they hit to try and get those heals. And we noticed at the very end, Infinity, when they already secured 2nd place, they still had 10 more. So my question here is, how many did you have? And also, how many is enough? I want to know.
Well, stop asking these tough questions, Sandstorm.
Listen, I need to know the heal strat, okay? There's a lot. He had 10 at the end. How many did he use?
What is life, Sandstorm?
Baby, don't hurt me.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know what? Right now, Nova is hurt. Some of these other squads are. At the end of the day, it's really top 3. You know, I guarantee you some of these teams, if they hit 3rd place, they're screaming up for joy because they're going to the big show. So day number 2, we already see a little bit of, you know, a big gap that they got to cross here today. All right. When it comes to Nova, all right, we talked about that. That's what they need to do. How are they going to do it? Okay, I'm going to ask you first, and then I want you to tell us. Come on. You had the Coach Nova hat yesterday. And you know what? You know what? Yours didn't work. Okay, I need Coach Sandstorm here today, all right? Coach Sandstorm, tell me. Talk to me. Honestly, what does Nova need to do?
Go back to your roots. We've seen what you guys are able to do in PMPL NA. When you believe in yourselves and you take those fights. We've seen them take 18 eliminations in 1 game in Miramar. I want to see that Nova show up again on this stage and show Brazil, show Latin America what you're made of, and show them who Nova really is.
They've got to start getting aggressive and I would arguably say play a little bit more tight-knit, right? Because okay, their meta and their foundation has always been about playing split, but there comes to a point where you're getting exposed for that, you're getting punished for that. So tighten things up, play together, use that teamwork, and you could find a couple of strong results to kick things off.
Okay, so we see the opposite. Sandstorm saying, hey, do what you've been doing. Imperium saying, change it up a little bit. What's gonna work? We'll find out here in a little bit. Of course, I gotta give a big thank you to none other than Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Guys, it's about to get started. Day number 1, let's take it on over to our casters, none other than the 7 Worlds Gaming and Avenger.
I'm with them. I think Nova definitely has to step it up. If not, some of those teams are gonna be using that Nova jersey to clean themselves out because they're gonna be eating. They're gonna be eating up if they just keep on giving away those elimination points. I love what Sandstorm was saying there. I love what Imperium was saying as well from some of the other teams. And you know what actually surprised me, Martin, when we looked at those top 5 MVPs? I was super surprised that we didn't see anybody from Team QUESO. I thought maybe we were just gonna see somebody there. Nope.
Nope, it's just been too even in between them, you know. They've just been all equally as good, and that's basically the reason why they've been able to do so well together, because they're uplifting each other. One thing that really caught my eye compared to what we've been seeing in the PMPL sub-regions and what we've been seeing here for Team QUESO yesterday is that it's still extremely evened out, right? Because Team QUESO 68 points. If we're looking at Knights, what they played per day on an average in PMPL NA, they got 94 points. The 6 games that INCO got in PMPL Brazil, 94 points. And Team QUESO in LATAM PMPL was 78 points. So it's still 68 points. It's still way lower than what we obviously is also because it's extremely competitive because you have the best of the best teams here, but still the teams and the points in general are so evened out, and our top is so top heavy. It's so close still. From 1st to 5th, it's only 11 points difference.
100%. And look at this play path here for this first Erangel. A lot better than the play path that we saw yesterday on the first Erangel that we got a chance to see. And I mean, talking about the most eliminations, MVPs, Rebel right now, I mean, with the way Alpha 7 started performing, especially the last 3 matches, the second part of day 1, I thought that was the Alpha 7 that we were supposed to be expecting. I mean, we're talking about them. That team has the it factor, not just with the addition of Mythic, but everybody else. They put up 30 points, and they're the only team that has been able to get to 30 points, as Imperium was saying earlier. And a lot of the other teams need to watch out for that. They don't want to let Alpha 7 get a little bit too hot, because they can definitely get on a streak. And that closeness that we're talking about, it might not even be close.
No, for sure. You know, especially with Alpha 7, with a few good games to begin with, they could be running away with things really quickly. And that's what's the scary thing here is to see on our live rankings, very close leaderboard here. Even our mid-pack from 52 points on Infinity and 6th all the way down to, you know, just for fun, 34. It is only 18 points difference for that. It's crazy how close it is still here.
It is, and something that I'm seeing right off the bat too is Alpha 7 might decide to just stick with that military base landing. I mean, with this playing pad, they could have definitely gone North George. They decide to stick with the military base, and it ends up working out for them, because right off the bat, they are going to end up being within the circle. But now we might have an engagement here between Loops Esports in Furious Gaming. And Furious Gaming, as the analysts were saying, they haven't really had that good of a performance. Ended up with 12th place, 35 points totals for them. They need to start off hot here. They need to start off with at least some eliminations against this fight with Loops. And with Loops, too, they need to be able to turn it around a bit, because the second half of their day, they slowed down big time. They started off the day with a chicken dinner, 2nd place, 8th place, and in a way, it kind of fell after that. They finished with the 12th place, the 10th place, and only 2 eliminations. This fight could be a major determination of what could happen for some of these teams today.
Yeah, indeed. Here we see Loops, Cadozen, Furious Gaming still in a contest here, trying to get some third-person peak advantage. And the question is really, does Loops really want to be in this situation here where they're contesting, prison? It's not the most optimal loot in this situation for me, but still, they want to have this to themselves, so they want to make sure they keep them out at this point. And a smoke on the stairs, and it's such a bottleneck situation that you have a really hard time pushing this without taking any casualties.
Yeah, one way would be, you can see Cardozen there being a little bit close to that window. Furious Gaming does have somebody all the way at the top of the mountain if they could try to get an angle, but I'm actually enjoying this. It looks like they're all going to have to push together, and they need to be careful because there is going to be a DBS at play, and just like I said, he's able to knock 2 players, and now Furious Gaming is going to be forced to back up, and Furious Gaming, what could have been something great, now becomes absolute shame for them as they get absolutely bullied by Cardozen himself. There's just one player left. Fernan gets destroyed by Tokyo. Not how Furious Gaming wanted to start their day. What? It ended up working out for Loops, so that's good to see, Martin.
Yeah, they're having a really good time with that. Honestly, that is honestly a little bit surprising that it ended up being so rough for them. Furious Gaming, again, they are chilling quite a lot here, Seven, because they are already going to PMGC. But still, you want to have the best games possible against these teams here, because a lot of these teams you're going to be meeting at PMGC. So this is best practice possible. And obviously, there's a lot of money in the line as well.
Yeah, and I don't want any of the teams out there to be using that as an excuse, okay? And I'm going to be looking at Knights as well. Knights is qualified as well to PMGC. And if we were to look at all the teams, right, that got champions out of their PMPLs, Team QUESO, I mean, coming into today, 1st place after day 1. And then we go to INCO Gaming from Brazil, 4th place. And then we go all the way down to Knights, which are currently in 8th place. You did mention it, though. The scoreboard is super close. Anything can change here, especially at the beginning of this 2nd day. But I really don't want any of the teams saying, oh, we just didn't really have to try. We already made it to PMGC. Hey, the more money you can get into your pocket, the more you can showcase your skills and build a fan base, too, with so many regions watching. I think that's definitely what some of these teams need to be thinking about.
Yeah, for sure. I think Knights' approach is pretty good for this, right? They're going to PMGC. They're in, with the 15 other teams in the chat talking about PMPL Americas Championship. Like, guys, we are going to Picado and Pachinki, and if anyone tries to contest us or hot drop us, we will ruin your games and make sure you do not get any prize pool. We will take it all to ourselves. I really like that approach, honestly. It's a big chat move right there for them. Giga chat situation for them, of course. And INCO, the winners of PMPL Brazil Fall, I'd love to see that. Their performance in terms of how many points per day was actually exactly the same as Knights is in PMPL North America. So it's good to see QUESO here on screen. European PL LATAM champions. Reyes yesterday and Ayala, these guys are honestly looking really good to me. I love that Ayala's almost all the time running a DPS to make sure that he's kind of the close quarters combat specialist here for that. And anytime you see these fights, he's just out there in the front with that DPS, just wiping the floor with anybody else from the other teams.
Yeah, and I think just looking at some of the stats here, out to production, they were able to tell me that Ayala's actually finished in 6th place in regards to MVP ranking. So he might have not been there in the top 5, but just you can finally see that performance from Team QUESO being able to back it up with what Ayala was able to showcase us yesterday. He ended up the day with 9 eliminations, 1600 damage. That is just impressive to see. Now, can Team QUESO continue on this kind of performance? Because if there's something certain, a lot of this team, especially the ones that are on the second page of the overall, went back, looked at a lot of VOD review, and figure out how they're going to be adjusting here for the second day. And talking about teams that need to adjust for the second day, Nova Esports definitely has to be one of those teams, because they're sitting dead last. This is a second place team from North America, and this is a team that doesn't have a guaranteed spot on PMGC. So if they do want to get to PMGC, they need to turn it up, and they need to turn it up now, along the likes of what Hotchicks was saying earlier too during this segment, is they can't wait too long here on this day too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that point, honestly, is just so important. Like, if they don't get things started today, as Hotchicks was talking about, like, if it's not today, it's going to be too late. You're going to have Team QUESO, you're going to have your Alpha 7, you're going to have your Loops. They're going to be running away with things way too fast, and it's impossible to catch them. Still, though, have to remember, if it's Knights in the top, if it's Alpha 7 in the top, if it's First Gaming or VIVO Kid Stars in the top, that's fine. The other spots are going to trickle down, right? So, and as Imperium was saying on day one, potentially, if it's those 4 teams in first and fourth place, it's going to be 5th, 6th, and 7th that's going to take those PMGC spots. But from looking at what I'm seeing so far, I think it's very unlikely we're going to see more than 2 teams that's already going to PMGC in the top 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I have to agree with you in regards to that too. And with these teams, with not starting too slow here on the second day, you don't want that gap to become bigger and bigger, because even just on day 1, we saw Just for Fun get that final win, but they were only able to move up 2 spots. They ended up going, I think, from 15th all the way up to 13th, so that can start happening, right? Yes, your team might start getting into a groove, they might get a chicken dinner, but you don't want to wait until it's just a little bit too late and you're not going to be able to catch on anybody. A lot of teams actually playing it a little bit slower, and I think it has to do with that playing path, just allowing all of the teams maybe go to what they're usually comfortable with, not forcing them to be towards the east of what we saw yesterday during that first match. And INCO is going to be taking care, or pretty much taking over the East Bridge, and I love to see that out of them, because they are always rotating out of Nova. And right now, if I'm them, I'm like, I'm gonna fully send it, because look how many teams right now are just up north of that East Bridge. And Alpha 7 Avenger is gonna have a free rotation out of this.
Yeah, Alpha 7, no problem there. Again, they were definitely hoping to have those military shifts there. This is our 3rd out of 4 games where they're down here hoping for it, and it doesn't happen. The only game that has happened so far, 7, they weren't there. They were in Saki North George, right? They were just chilling up there. VIVO Kid Stars here for these guys. They're going to be moving on the west side. Could potentially be coming in on the same kind of rotation angle that Alpha 7 is eyeing up. But right now, it is definitely good to see that the teams are going really, really fast into these set locations. You have some really high priority compounds in the 2nd and 3rd circles that you really want to be eyeing up. Of course, the next shift is going to be the big one, because that's where we're going to be cutting a lot of territory away still. Oh, I'm seeing from INCO here playing. Still a little bit for some information, but holding on to some of the crucial areas to rotate further on here. And the information that can be getting from the high ground here, 7, is super crucial for the further the game.
Yeah, 100%. And something that I also saw being able to pop up is I saw Sanhok being the first one to collect an airdrop. And I think that's just showcasing more of the freedom, right, that they have by being able to land in Pochinki, being able to rotate whichever way that they want to without getting any type of challenge, whether it's north, south, east, or west. They're being able to just loot themselves up, and hopefully we're going to start seeing more of their fragging power here today. I think this team in 8th place, I know they're not going to be happy about that, even if Coops is currently fragging out. I know some of the other players want to have outstanding performances as well, and I think today they might be able to at least send some kind of statement if they can finish within the top 3 at the end of the day. And you can see INCO Gaming right here being able to rotate from that East Bridge now to taking this compounds just a bit north of the East Bridge, chilling, not really having to worry about anybody. And what's crazy too is I'm trying to figure out what Alpha 7 is going to be doing, because I thought they were going to make that quick rotation as soon as the circle shifted, but they're still waiting. They're still in military base. I don't know if they were maybe deciding to loot a little bit more, but they're deciding to rotate just later. That might have worked for them yesterday. It might be different today, guys.
Yeah, for sure. That's obviously the question is, how are you going to take what you learned from yesterday and also teams, they're going to be looking at the games from yesterday and seeing, okay, how can we improve, you know? All the VODs that have already happened, that is the biggest learning you can take against the 15 other teams that you're playing. So I'm really looking out for and keeping my eye on, okay, how can the teams adapt some of the strategies and kind of mishaps that we saw yesterday and approach it differently for the games today here. So who's going to be our biggest winners yesterday compared to, or from yesterday compared to today is really what I'm keeping my eye on here. Just for fun, currently 13th, got a chicken dinner, but 13th with a chicken dinner, that means that they did not get a lot of points in their 5 other games, unfortunately. Alpha 7 here, as you see on the left side, they're slowly coming in. They're not going to be kind of clashing into anyone, but they're going to be the last into the circle. They kind of need a hard shift to get any of the priority buildings. It is a western hard shift, as I'm saying it, and they could potentially be sending it straight to the big white compound. And that western side, also see one of the single-story buildings in the middle, just north of VIVO Keed, west of Knights, that's kind of open, that could be played too. And that is a huge shift for Alpha 7 for sure.
They might actually be able to beat VIVO Key. You can see they were both kind of rotating towards that west compound. I think Alpha 7 is going to be able to take care of that. And what VIVO Key is now going to be trying to do is take care of the compound that's a little bit towards the east. They're going to have a bit more of a high ground advantage, but all the windows, they will need to be careful. We saw a lot of third partying yesterday, a lot of teams trying to get lucky with just not having to take too much of serious fights. You can see their rise being able to knock out Shifan. Shifan getting eliminated as well, as those teams are currently here fighting by the south of Farm and INCO. INCO's just relaxed right now. INCO's just passing by saying, we hear you, but we don't want to get into that just yet. You guys only lost 1 player. We need you to at least lose another one, and then we'll decide the third party. I think INCO is raining down some shots on them, trying to warn them off. And it comes down of what is Nova Esports going to be doing here, what kind of rotation they're going to be doing, and how are they going to be setting themselves up, because this is a team out of all of them that definitely needs to do something. There you go. They're able to get the knock. They're going to get inside this sniper tower, and they need to make sure they back off Jaguar. As you can see, Rin there getting a little bit stuck. One of the players from Nova Koi actually goes down. Meanwhile, Knights being opportunistic and trying to see if they can third party this fight.
The skin on this guy, it's so good. I love it, but it's so hard to see when he's aiming down sights, just to see where he's going to be shooting. Jaguar, they managed to get themselves a shack. Now their cars and vehicles are getting popped. And in general, this area here is not the friendliest. You have basically 3 or 4 different angles that you're going to be looked upon from here. The high ground that Knights are able to have here. Okay, so also Spec, he's playing quite open here. He's playing in the Snake compound, the priority building on the north side of the Snake compound. He's able to play that by himself. The question is, how long is he going to be able to, sooner these teams start to get closer on some of these prior buildings, it's going to be very highly contested. VIVO Keed managed to get this high ground God compound we were talking about earlier with the 2 mentioned buildings, and also Alpha 7 managed to get this little 1-story that we were talking about with Carillion Mythic there, and also the big white compound on the west side with that big white building. So they're actually locked down quite nicely. A lot of teams on this eastern side, because it was a western shift here, 7, a lot of teams on this eastern side here, they have to try to get in, kind of scramble to get some of the leftovers of the remaining compounds.
They definitely are, and I think Loops is now finally working their way out of prison, making the cell there to the north, and it ends up working out for them in northeast. This shift is going to be crazy. But if you see the split right now that Knights has, I love that split that they had, and that's the reason why you saw Spec being so confident in at least taking some shots, because you had Xenox covering you from the north.
Yeah.
For some reason, Jaguars did end up shooting at you. Xenox was going to be able to rain some fire on you. And on top of that, you had Coops and Tensa being to back you up. So I really like that split that they have now. I hope they start moving, and they start moving fast, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing as well. You can see, though, INCO is going to be able to spot their Nova. I don't think they're going to be wanting to take into that fight, as they do see Knights rotating around as well. And this is what I was talking. Knights did have themselves set up with a nice split. It is going to be Tensa by himself. He's going to have to clutch this up, because he's the only one from his team that's there. He's going to be trying to take the fight. He ends up getting knocked. INCO is going to be winning that engagement. And Coops now is going to be getting knocked as well. They ended up rotating a little bit too late. Spec's going to have to go back and see if they can salvage anything, or at least trade a little bit with that team. Oh man, Knights, such a good split, but they ended up just rotating a little bit too slow.
Yeah, Sanhok already had the good spot inside the new circle. They should just have instantly sent it to them. But yeah, they ended up being kind of caught in a rough spot now. VIVO Keat shooting at Spec right now. He's kind of low too. Sanhok's little shack there above him. And with Influence CHEMIN being in the new compound, the kind of only good compound in this new circle, they're basically guaranteed like a top 4 easily. Sanhok, can he survive this and maybe get rest here? Rise seems to be pushing in. They are indeed on the aggression. Instantly flushed as well there from Ninjo as soon as he spots him. And now we're looking at a lot of teams that's going to be limited due to this smaller new circle here.
Yeah, that slow rotation from Knights ends up hurting them even more as they continue to lose players there. You mentioned it perfectly too. They already had that player inside the zone. If they would have rotated a little bit earlier, they would have had their full squad to just fend off some of these teams. But as soon as some of these teams see blood in the water, as soon as they realize that it's not 4 players right there, they're willing to take that fight and just take control of that compound, or at least the area that they're on. And that's exactly what Rise ended up doing. And now Rise trying to make loops back off too. I believe I saw Team QUESO get into some fights there towards the north. They did end up losing 3 players as well, the first place team, which, I mean, if I'm gonna be a little bit toxic, I love that, because that just means the overall is just going to be getting tighter and tighter. Nobody is going to be getting away with it. You can see INCO taking care of Nova Kindness. Nova not really being able to do much. They currently do have 2 eliminations to the name, and now Carrillo off of 7 trying to make a rotation. Extreme Slayers being able to spot Carrillo. Is he going to be able to get the shots? He's not. Mythic now trying to back up and help him out. And Nova, I feel like they might have suffered from the same fate that Knights suffered, which was rotating a little bit too slow out of their position.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely think they're not going to get too much out of this one here. VIVO Keat coming into this western side, taking control of this area that Extreme Slayers was kind of fighting for. And now Extreme Slayers might be caught into a little bit of a Brazilian sandwich with Alpha 7 coming in north of them. This could be a rough one. Depending if they get a shift here, it'll be a really rough situation. They actually end up getting this western shift here. Really lucky for Alpha 7 as well. The 2 times they needed a western shift, they actually got them. VIVO Keat, they can fight into the position that Extreme Slayers have, but Extreme Slayers actually have a good split here. They can maybe fend them off a little bit. They have some hard cover, some soft cover deployed right now. Hayuya is in a decent spot.
And what's crazy to me is how many teams currently are still outside, right? We have Rise barely there on the border of the circle, but then you also have Just for Fun, ATON Esports, some player from Loops as well, Execute, Team QUESO. So many teams that are going to have to try to work their way in here. And I think with Extreme Slayers, they're going to have to be careful with that. They are going to be probably looking to do some snake strategy, just wait it out. We saw them being able to do that yesterday very, very well. I believe it was in Miramar where they were able to secure that 3rd place.
Oh!
And Spec now putting in some work, trying to get those extra points, and this is exactly what his team needs him to do, and that's exactly what he's doing. He needs to be careful. Grenade's going to be coming in. Is that going to be able to get him? I think it was missed just barely.
Berlin and the guys from VIVO Keat, they're pushing in, trying to third party this fight as well. Here, Rise and INCO in a rough fight. Jaguar on the third party opportunity for that. They're going straight into that kind of small dip. Utilities being deployed. INCO has 3 knocks right now, I believe it is. Kind of unfortunate. V2 and Becca trying to get these last 2 players up and standing and ready to fight. V2 healing.
Now some of the players starting to back up a little bit too and give cover to Gremlins, Yellow, those players that are trying to just eliminate INCO Gaming here. They might be able to. That is a great Molotov, just forcing him to go a certain way. I love when the players end up using this type of Molotovs. But with VIVO Keat, what they're currently doing, and you're going to be able to see that the Spec player from Knights, he's just waiting for the right moment. He's going to see if somehow he can end up third partying this. But now INCO goes from having 3 players down to only having just 1, and VIVO Keat needs to be careful here. They might need to be able to back off, actually.
Definitely need to, in this situation here, they want to get the high ground and try to hold out INCO Gaming for that. Jaguar really being a nuisance to INCO at the moment. Becker, and now V2 is the last player for INCO. The circle is moving away. This is going to be a rough one. They're going to have to try to heal off a little bit. You see first aid is being pumped to the ground. And now Jaguar is going to have to go for the heal strat too. They're going to be healing out. Meanwhile, ATON and Just For Fun, they're going to be fighting on that high ground with Vivo Keed. It's going to be a 3-way fight. Some good shots coming out here from Cielo. He's taking down Nate. Good shots coming in that way here, Seven.
They definitely are. I think Vivo Key taking advantage of this fight here. Spec's going to be getting into a fight. Adrian, he is going to be able to win that 1v1. Can Spec win another one? He might be able to. He's actually going to be able to win 2 1v1s, and he's going to try to go for the third one. Can he get it? He's not going to be able to get it. He ends up getting eliminated, and he cannot secure any of those eliminations or any of those knocks that he just got on Vivo Key. And while all that fight was happening between Vivo Key, between INCO, Stream Slayers, you were mentioning the split that they had. It ended up working out perfectly because Vivo Key got distracted and Stream Slayers was able to just focus on Alpha 7, and Alpha 7 ends up with just having 1 player left in Carrillo. Meanwhile, Stream Slayers becomes the first team to be able to get into the new circle.
Influence CHEMIN here, the team that were in the compound, 3 eliminations on their hand, I believe it was. They're going to be moving in on that northeastern side. Infinity is there though, taking some shots towards Federal, but Influence CHEMIN, they have a lot of vehicles ready now on S-Quick. Trying to take down Carrillo, the last player. Alpha 7, he's going to be going out here in 6th place, I believe it was, but he's going to lose his life too. Adrian and the guys from Vivo Key, 6 eliminations here and still 3 alive.
Yeah, Vivo Key being able to recover at least one of those players that ended up getting knocked by Spec. You see Stream Slayers though trying to get some revenge. They are going to be able to knock down Cielo. Are they going to be able to get that finish as Gremlin and Adrian are going to be looking to move forward against Stream Slayers? Stream Slayers are going to start using that utility, letting those grenades fall down. And meanwhile, we do have Influence CHEMIN. They still have all their 4 players alive. They are going to be taking some fights towards the north, Infinity and ATON Esports. And this fight, if they're going to be continuing to fight, they need to figure out who's going to be rushing. You don't want to end up using all this utility here because you best believe Influence CHEMIN and Infinity are going to be keeping track of all of that alongside with ATON Esports. Everybody just winning out. A team that really impressed me yesterday with the consistency was Infinity, and they are continuing to do that, at least securing a top 5 finish here on this first match. Yesterday, I ended up with a 4th place finish, 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place. Great consistency out of that team.
All right, Influence CHEMIN, what can you get here? Forced out of the compound, now you're going to have to fight. Ooh, that's some good shots coming in from Federal. We know he's capable of. Able to get down one of them. There's 2 more Infinity members over there in that direction. Question is, are they going to be pushing aggressively? Are they going to take this opportunity to take some more ground ahead of them? Still 5 teams remaining. Teams are small. Federal continues to just completely rip apart Infinity. ATON ends up stealing one of them.
And that is definitely an example of Federal showcasing why he is the MVP out of Brazil. Taking any chance, any angle that he can to be able to knock down those players, as he ends up getting knocked himself by Alpha 7 Choco, Influence CHEMIN, and ATON Esports actually trading back and forth at the moment. And then we come down to Hayuya from Extreme Slayers. They decided to slow down that fight. They decided not to use all the utilities against Vivo Kid, waiting down a notch and seeing who's going to be making the first move, or waiting to see if maybe Infinity ends up third-partying them and taking advantage of that. Adrian, I think he's going to be able to met up right there.
I love this Circle 7. Look at that. Nobody inside.
Yeah, and ATON Esports, their vehicles that we're going to be able to use for cover, I think they're pretty much gone. It is going to come down to players hitting their shots here. Actually, there's going to be one vehicle. ATON Esports being able to run that vehicle, running over somebody from Vivo Kid. Adrian is still going to be staying alive. He's going to be the only one alive from his team. And you can see in Stream Slayers, they know that there is going to be 1 player left from Vivo Key still alive up there, and I think they're going to start letting some grenades rain down on them. Kayovsky having to run out in the open. It's going to be an easy target there for ATON Esports. They're going to be able to take care of that, and now they're going to be switching their focus to the other players from Influence CHEMIN.
Loving what I'm seeing from ATON Esports in this situation here. They're able to get a lot of control from this new circle here. They're going to have to fight Influence CHEMIN. A lot of... Oh, Adrian finds one. He pushes forward, tries to get more, but he gets shot at a little bit by Brian. Adrian is taken down, and Vivo Kid is out in 5th place with 7 eliminations. This was rough for Extreme Slayers. They ended up having One player knocked. Now the other teams, they know exactly where they are. Infinity's going to be found. There's now a three-way fight here. ATON, they are 4 guys strong. Extreme Slayers is 2 with 1 knocked. Now Ninja is going to fight Little Boy here. Fantastic opening for ATON Esports.
Fantastic indeed. Federal ends up getting knocked as well and getting eliminated too there. Influence CHEMIN gets eliminated by ATON Esports. This is going to be ATON possibly. They need to be careful though. There is still 3 players alive from Extreme Slayers, and they were so focused earlier on what Influence CHEMIN was doing that I think it allowed the players from Extreme Slayers to just sneak up on them, use that snake strategy, and try to see if they could get some angles, as ATON Esports was going to have to, pretty much going to have to rotate out of this. You can see Sanhok right there, covering up, trying to see if he can find any type of utility from those loot boxes. I don't think he was able to find any. This is just going to be a patience game, seeing who ends up getting the knock. ATON Esports does have the numbers, though. They should be able to clutch this up. There you go, Chonko being able to get the first knock, trying to see if he can finish that out as well. Getting over 600 damage. He's also going to be able to secure that. And now ATON Esports is going to go for the finishing move here. Finish them, they said. Hayuya's going to be going down. Is it going to be Brian? No, he's going to go down as well. And ATON Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be taking that winner chicken dinner for the first match of day number 2 of PMPL Americas Championship. Great performance there out of ATON Esports, a team that they took a little bit of time to get into that zone, but it, in a way, ended up working out perfectly for them.
Honestly, the way that they moved in and took control, they obviously had some rocks to work with, but they kept their cars and their vehicles in general to make sure that they could actually make that one last macro move to make sure they could get into further stages of the circle here with a little bit more cover, because once you have a car up against a rock, up against a tree, you have such a big opportunity to really get further into the circle with more cover and take some more fight here. So they played this extremely well here, and I believe with 14 eliminations as well here. So 29 points for them just in this game.
Yeah, I know the analysts are going to be happy. That is not just Brazil continuing to win. I can't wait to see what they got to say. Take it away, guys.
The Latinos coming up big there. Latin America with another big dub here to start off day number 2. That's a nice little mix-up here from yesterday, boys. How'd you feel about that win? I know you picked Influence.
I'm both delighted at another LATAM team stepping up to the plate, but I'm heartbroken because my pick, Influence CHEMIN, got taken out by them in the end, and
I'm giving you
bittersweet.
Bittersweet, and then I'm gonna come in with the points. You didn't get anything this game.
Who
did get points was ATON.
All right, look, hey, ATON Esports there, 29 total points to start things off. Extreme Slayers, hey, coming up big with 19, and then looking down there at the bottom again, Nova, just on that L streak right now.
By the way, just to let you know, I believe they only actually have 1 placement point throughout the 7 games that they've played.
Wow.
And all their other points are only eliminations. So we can see, like, they're out for blood. They're going for fights, but they're just not getting towards the end of the zone.
Yeah, it's so tough to see. Here's, we're taking a look at the top damage dealers. Whoa, my goodness. I thought Esports took over.
Let's be fair, the circle shifts were very ping-pongy across that game. They were a little bit harsh, but ATON controlled the East. They were only a real team looking to contest that side. There was battles on the South, there was battles on the North, battles on the West, but ATON just shifted through the East, got a hell of a lot of eliminations, and yeah, secured the win.
Yeah, I think we take a little closer look at ATON Esports after that one, because I think, yeah, a lot of these squads, especially when we see a hard shift in that zone, they continue to think that that zone's going to keep going on that hard shift. But like you mentioned, this one was going over here to the back. I mean, back and forth all over the place. But ATON, they knew what they were doing. Look at that damage. 14 eliminations in total.
Yeah, the previous LATAM champions showing up very, very strongly here in the first game of this day. And this is what we talked about. The second day, it's a new day, new games, new matches, new chances for these teams to show up. And ATON definitely showed up on the first game for today. So I want to see them improve and keep that going into the rest of the day.
What I love even more is that they did take a decent chunk of damage, over 900 damage received, so it shows that they were in the wars, but they weren't afraid to survive, to strive, and to kind of finish off the engagements before going for the revives.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. Well, that's our first match here. We got Miramar coming up next. We're having some fun in the sun. So what do you guys think about that, huh? When it comes to drop locations, anything that's coming up to your head?
nothing too crazy in my eyes. We had a potential yesterday in terms of Minas Generalis of kind of like Nova and Loops, but nothing really happened there.
Okay, you mentioned Nova. I think they're going to come out. This game is going to be the one that they're going to show up. But who did show up as well alongside ATON was actually Influence CHEMIN. Pretty good stats for themselves. And you said it yourself. You were watching the game. You were saying, nope, they're going to be in the open. ATON have a better position, and they were just able to spray them down one by one.
Yeah, beautifully done right there. Let's take a look here at the highlights here from that last match. Beautiful spray downs here. I mean, yeah, ATON Esports, they controlled that side completely.
And shout out to Extreme Slayers, right? Because they were along with Alpha 7 and they didn't get too heavily involved in terms of the early game. They had a 2-2 split on Potato Hill for the first 3 circles, but they played it quite calculated in terms of how they moved, reacting to the shots that were going on around them, and they ended up taking out VIVO Key, which is nothing to be messed about with.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned Alpha 7, and I want to touch on their rotations. I mean, they were able to get themselves in very good positions, and the zone did help them a couple of times. But like you said, Extreme Slayers on that Potato Hill, they watched and monitored that rotation, and they were able to also kind of hit them while they're moving as well.
And for those of you guys that forget exactly who Extreme Slayers are, you know, this was formerly Star Gaming who qualified through that PMPL NA split. And Star Gaming was one of those squads that was just always just consistent. Right? Sneakily consistent. We didn't talk about them too much, but they were always getting some points on the board, and they were able to get it pretty well done here. So we take a look here at the match report, and oh my gosh, pretty looking pretty similar up here.
It's ATON heavy.
Yeah, a little bit. But, you know, I do want to touch on the fact that, you know, obviously Alpha 7, 14 kilometers in that one game. Look, I said it before and I'll say it again. Look, in this inflation and the gas prices, bro, you got to be careful with all that traveling that you're doing with your vehicle.
Oh, how do you know he traveled by car? He could have been.
They were in military base. It was obvious that they didn't walk.
He could have taken. Actually, is a plane less economical? Probably.
I don't know, but look. Okay, I know that you picked Alpha 7, you know, so you wanted to go ahead and, you know, talk about their stats, but I thought Esports were the ones that got that dinner there. You know, 6 eliminations, Sanhok are coming up big, get some really big numbers there. One thing we got to talk about, though, is this map right here. So this is the first zone. Started off hardcore in the east, and man, this thing just went all over the place. Look, centered up here, and wow.
Phase 2 was okay because it took away that military island potential, right? And that was okay. Phase 2, great, gave teams loads of scope to play around. But that Phase 3 shift over to the west, it kicked so many teams on east in the face, but then it ping-ponged back up, which kind of somewhat screwed Alpha 7 in some way.
Yeah, there was just no break, and this is what I talked about. They benefited from the zone 3 and the zone 5 shifts towards the west on their side, and then all of a sudden they were like, okay, we're getting the zone lock, finally, and then all of a sudden just on the opposite side. Well, okay, I guess we're done with this game then.
It's so ridiculous. I mean, we saw it center up just once, and then boom, look at this. It was hitting a corner pretty much every single time here.
And I do want to highlight VIVO Key. They did a great job. There was a period of time where you had a minimum of 2 teams on that south edge, just by the edge of the hillside. And VIVO Key third party did wonderfully. Okay, it meant that they lost at least 1 player coming into the last 5 to 6 minutes. But in terms of picking up the intuition to be aggressive and find those eliminations onto both Rise, INCO, somewhat INCO and Knights was really good.
Yeah, and when you look at the opposite side towards the north, yet again, it is Infinity getting themselves in a fantastic position, not taking any fights, not getting any eliminations. They got 4th place.
24 minutes. 24 minutes into the game with 1 elimination.
What are you doing? You need to do more. Look, I mean, here's the thing. Yes, you're getting points, but you can't solely rely on the placement points to get you that ticket to the PMGC.
And that point in the game where Federal just basically got 2 of the players just like that, there comes a point in the game where they need to pull the stick out and get aggressive.
Yeah, they gotta definitely step it up right here because I picked them. Supposed to win. Come on, guys. All right, well, you know what? Let's see who's gonna win this next match. Let's take it on over to our casters.
You know who didn't win? Nobody in the YouTube chat. I asked him. I give him a chance. Who's gonna win that first game? nobody gets it right.
Yeah, this is honestly also the way that the Sandstorm and Imperium, they're never going to give these 10,000 UCs away the promise, because nobody's going to be able to, guess all the questions, have all the right answers to everything throughout the day, right? So honestly, easier for them. I would love to see a little bit of our, easier challenge maybe to win some of those 10,000 UCs there. But next up is Miramar 7.
Yeah, Miramar. I'm really excited for Miramar. We saw a bunch of surprises yesterday too. I mean, that's when Team QUESO definitely started showcasing what they were kind of made of in the first day. Some of the other teams that ended up surprising me too was INCO Gaming, that were able to get that chicken dinner on the first Miramar. I would like to see if the Brazilian teams are going to end up responding there to Latin America. And at some point here, I know we've been talking about it, but Nova, please start doing something, Nova.
Yeah, I would really love to see them pop off, honestly, before it's too late. I feel like after, 9, 10, 11 games, once we're close to being halfway through, it's going to be done for them. Like, they're not going to be able to recuperate from that, that's for sure. But yeah, we're jumping to Miramar. We're going to be starting things off, obviously, here. Second game of 6 today. I'm honestly super excited to see if we're going to be seeing some crazy circles. So far, we've had some wild shifts. I want to see more crazy circles. Like, I want to end up in some of these places that we rarely see, because some of these harder circles is really where we see the players do extremely well here. We're starting off over to the west, though, and then we're going straight down south of Los Leones. It's a really rough plane path here, 7.
Very, very rough, and I think I would be surprised if we don't end up seeing a lot of teams there landing towards Los Leones, La Bendita, and Impala. Something that we saw what happened yesterday. A lot of teams decided to just pile up right there. I'm very intrigued to seeing what the first circle is going to end up doing. By the way, Alpha 7 did end up getting lucky with the zone, but it kind of ended up backfiring them. I wonder if Alpha 7 is just unlucky in regards when it comes to circles. The circle's nowhere near them, or if it does end up being on them, all the teams just end up focusing on them. Because some of the teams are going to be starting to land. Yesterday, we saw Knights landing in Picado, nobody challenging them. I wonder if it's still going to stay like that, or if somebody is going to be challenging them. Cardozen from Loops taking most eliminations so far with 15. Federal there with 14, and Rebel with 14 so far. Brazilian teams, Brazilian players heavy with those eliminations.
That's crazy, right? We know that they are good. I was going to say the region is good, but it's just a country. They are so good at PUBG Mobile, and their mechanical skill is just through the roof. They produce so many talents and good teams here. That's really good to see that they're able to really fend off the vast majority of everyone else here. But I gotta say, been really happily and pleasantly surprised with Team QUESO, and I'm also really pleasantly surprised with this circle here. Straight smack bang in the middle of Los Leones. Are we gonna have an urban ending here, 7?
Yes, please. I would even nice and Ashley. Okay, and I'm not trying to be toxic. I'm not trying to say go down to Puerto Paraíso. I would actually enjoy a Los Leones finale. Urban endings are just so much fun here, especially in Miramar, and not having to worry about all the crazy terrain that Miramar does have to offer. Extreme Slayers, this team continues to surprise me, actually. I mean, they performed so well in that last match. They were able to get that second place finish, and they actually ended up getting eliminations too. This is a team that's just not going just for placement, is not going just for eliminations. They're being able to find a happy medium here for them. So far it's working, and I'm hoping it continues to work for them as well, so they can keep moving up that overall.
Yeah, for sure. 65 points now for them, just 7 points behind Influence CHEMIN on 72. Our top leaderboard continues to be extremely close, and it's actually all the way from 1st down to 8th place. Just 11 points difference from 72 to 61. It is crazy how close our top end of the leaderboard is. And it's basically, we're talking, top pack, mid pack, it's just one big top pack right now of half the teams playing. And then everybody else kind of fighting below that, 11 points behind. 8th place is on 9th is VIVO Keyed on 50 points. So it's so close still for the top. And with just one good game, you're going to be jumping into things. And we're going to talk about it. Who do you think is going to get 2 chicken dinners first here?
Ooh, okay. You're going to put me in the spot.
Yeah.
I think with the performance that we saw yesterday, I would actually like to see a Brazilian team.
Yeah? Okay.
I'm not going to tell you which team. I'm just going to give you a region. I think more than likely is going to end up being a team from Brazil.
Yeah.
But you?
I think so too here. I definitely think we could be seeing something like that. I'll pinpoint a team. I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see Loops get 2 chicken dinners first.
Okay. Okay, since you pinpoint a team, I will have to pinpoint a team as well then. I'm going to have to say INCO Gaming. I think that team, especially here in Miramar, with what they were able to do yesterday when they did come to Miramar, they might be able to edge it out. But I mean, Loops is not a bad pick too. They started off the day pretty well as well. I mean, at least winning that fight that we saw with Furious Gaming. And this is a team that can also slay out. They have amazing talent. I mean, all these teams have amazing talent, but I always go back to it. Some teams just have that F factor, and there's Brazilian teams. I feel like pretty much every Brazilian team has that F factor.
Yeah, for sure. It's crazy to see how much they've been able to dominate, of course, so far. Let's see if it continues. Obviously, myself, I had the pleasure of covering Brazil multiple times and have been able to see them succeed. And all INCO, while you're talking about it, they're just, you know, sliding downhill. Some people slide into DMs. INCO, they slide down the hill.
INCO's trying to just become a tree hugger. That's what they're trying to do. They're like, you know what? Let's just leave that here. They'll protect it. I wonder if
this is not gonna move. Like the back of the wheels are literally stuck on the tree. You need a big smack from another car to make that end move anywhere. It's good cover though. You don't even need to crouch to be behind that.
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm smiling at. I love that he went back for. He's like, okay, let me see if I can actually peek out of this. Okay, I can. You know what? Let's not even try to move it. Let's leave it there.
Just for fun, moving in as well. We're going to be seeing them having a big rotation here for this matter. They're going to be coming straight into the southern side of Las Lonas. A big priority for them here coming into some of this. I really want to see a big, fat, greedy 2-2 split from them. Potentially some high ground, potentially some of the compounds on that western side. We know that there's been a lot of good endings around those. Trick, UMP, only level 1 helmet. He's found 2 there, so now he's kind of ready to go. 3 vest on Fran. ATON able to perform super well. That game put them into 3rd place with 69 points. Just 3 points behind Influence CHEMIN now here. It's so close. It's actually mind-blowing how close it is.
Yeah, you keep saying that. I can't wait for the deaths just to show that overall, because anything can change, especially right now. Anything can change within just one match, and certain teams don't even have to win it. They just have to have a great performance. They just have to end up with a 3rd place finish and a lot of eliminations, and they're going to be able to push themselves up really, really high. A team that definitely has to get some wins is going to be Nova. I mean, I hate that I have to do this, but Nova, you're still in last place. Only 13 points. At least you were able to beat your average point gain. Actually, you weren't even able to break your average point gain on what you were able to do yesterday. So I'm hoping we start seeing a turnaround here for Nova. They have the skills. They definitely, I think Imperium was able to say that they have Shifan coaching them as well. Hopefully, Nova starts performing here today and they start performing in this Miramar. They cannot wait any longer.
You know what? Federal and Cardoson has done more and equal amount of points themselves as Nova has done as a team in 7 games.
Oh gosh.
Let that sink in for a second here. VIVO Quito on screen, been able to do quite well. They are currently on 9th, so they're a little bit behind. Still only 22 points behind. One big game they can jump in, but still we want to see them up there. Even though they are already going to PMGC, they're definitely a team we want to see compete. Driving straight towards Tensa. He's going to be taken down there, and that is McGrillen. Down and out, and an easy point here for Tensa. First elimination for him. Good to see Tensa here performing already, and good to see Knights starting off as strong here. You want to see them as a full 4-man stack. We know how strong they are as a full stack once they're able to play it together as a 4-man here. Ooh, Trigger is going to get Mafioso. Shots are coming in. Trigger, okay, he's actually down half HP himself. Carrillo is going to go down to a nade from Fanan. This is Alpha 7 in shambles after this rotation here by water treatment. Revo trying to maybe do something here. Last player currently for Alpha 7. Rough start for them. Outside
rough start. They had a I think it was a 2-2 split. They were trying to figure out which way they were going to be breaching into the circle, and I think they ended up seeing Furious Gaming. Maybe they thought about taking a fight, but it ends up backfiring for them, as now they're going to end up losing on Carrillo and Mythic too, and now they're going to be on the defense here, trying to see if they can hold them off. Not a place that Alpha 7 wants to be at, but I mean, they still have Revo alive, so Furious Gaming needs to be careful. We saw what happened to them earlier in the match, super early in the match in the first Erangel. I'm pretty sure they're going to be having that in the back of their minds and trying to figure out how they're going to be breaching this compound to take on some of the Alpha 7 players that are still alive. If they are able to win this, though, this could be a big confidence booster for Furious Gaming. Great nade there. And being able to cause some damage. I think he's going to be... Oh, he's not able to get the knock. But the zone is going to end up knocking them. And there you go. Alpha 7 being eliminated. 0 eliminations. First team eliminated of Miramar. I was not expecting that at all, Avenger.
No, not at all. Next circle has popped. And as you know, here in Miramar, big circles, northern shift didn't matter too much, but the next couple of shifts is going to have a huge impact. You know what I feel what this was a play? This was a play between two teams that had already qualified to PMGC, because I would never fight outside the zone for no territory, no priority building, no compound that I can be playing in towards the later of the games. This is just a play for dominance to kind of assert, okay, who is the better team, who's the better players, who can we kind of come up against each other in some of these fights to kind of induce respect upon each other and fear each other a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it too, especially since you said that both of those teams are qualified to PMGC. In a way, sending a message too, right? When we do end up getting to PMGC, you might not want to get into that fight, because this could happen. I mean, a lot of people might have thought that Alpha 7 usually wins that engagement, but Furious Gaming, even though they might not be looking so good in the overall leaderboard, being able to showcase why they are qualified already to PMGC. INCO Gaming trying to do a rotation here. I believe that was Jaguar, if I'm not mistaken, that was taking some shots at them. And then we have Knights just playing it slow. This is a team, another team qualified to PMGC, but I would like them to showcase their skills even more. I would like them to see a bit more towards the top of that overall.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what happens here with the teams kind of setting up right now. Jaguar, some high ground information here coming in their way. Becker from INCO and the boys in a concrete stack here. The question is, are they going to be staying for some time? It's kind of a decent spot here, but again, it's only second circle. Circle can't go basically anywhere from this point here, but a lot of teams obviously kind of hunkered up towards the center of these compounds here, especially the ones where we know if it ends up around in this area here, it's really, really strong to fight out of and defend as well. Concretes are really strong here. Now, just for fun and trick, they're kind of getting some more information here. Where is the rest of just for fun? They're coming in from that southern side and trying to drive in towards him. I don't think INCO has too much of information here on trick, but now with the vehicles coming in, they're looking to take this fight here, maybe. Yeah, they're definitely looking to take this fight. Suko sending it in.
I think they were relying a lot on what Jaguar was going to be seeing and hoping that Jaguar's going to be taking some shots on any team that maybe came towards them. That ends up backfiring, as now, just for fun, it's sending it. You can see Nate right there spinning that car around, and here we go. We're going to be getting that fight that we wanted to see. He's not going to be able to get any knocks. He's going to get knocked himself and pretty much confirmed. Some of the other players there for just fun go down as well, and that was swift and quickly that INCO Gaming was able to just take care of business against just for fun, and a team that was waiting to see what was going to happen between that fight. Knights, I saw Xenox getting closer and closer. I think he's going to decide to just back off a little bit, because INCO Gaming took care of business, and they took care of business really fast.
Yeah, INCO did not think that was fun at all. Even though they had the best intention and everything, INCO was like, dude, we are the defending PMPL Brazil champions. We're just going to wipe the floor with you. That was so quick. Kind of Western Circle here, though. VIVO Keats smack back center in the middle here of that really good warehouse building with that longhouse. That is a really, really good area for them to kind of play here now. Team QUESO, they're sending it in. I'm wondering if they're going to be playing that western side of that high ground crater. Nova potentially could have a good game here, 7. They're playing on the northern side of the crater now. Lucen and Federal, they're going to be playing here. Influence CHEMIN. Federal, ooh, could he get potentially more? Yeah, he's going to get down Chief. Now GC God is too far away to kind of assist with that. Influence CHEMIN in a good spot. And Chief's going to be lost. GC God is going to try to smoke his vehicle and try to get out of there. But they look to be chasing at the moment. Kayoski and the guys are sending it in.
They're chasing hard too. You can see Loops there getting a little bit ready with those nades, and I think Kayovsky might be able to get an angle here on some of the players from Loops, and he's gonna continue to chase. I'm actually loving this aggressiveness out of the team. They know they have them on the run, so why not? See if you can chase them. They're gonna be giving you some angles. They're gonna be giving you the high ground too as they're running away. But also, at the same time, right, Influence CHEMIN, wait for your teammate to back you up, and that's exactly what they're doing. You can see them doing a little bit of loops, trying to gather information there. CGod currently just waiting patiently. Not exactly what Loops was expecting there. Meanwhile, some of the other teams continue to just trickle into the zone. Another team, INCO. INCO's just going to be staying set. I don't think they're going to be rotating anytime soon. Knights does decide to get a little bit closer. Xenox decides to back off of any type of third party. You can see Influence CHEMIN just waiting. They're like, is he here? Oh, they definitely know now. And he's going to be able to get the knock. Is he going to be able to? Ooh, he is going to be able to confirm the elimination too. It ends up backfiring for Influence CHEMIN there. That we're going to be looking to make it easier. They end up losing somebody else. And now Loops needs to worry about all the angles. Oh, GC God, not... That tree helped you out, but as soon as you shot, they knew exactly where you were at.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he was just, you know, I'm one with the tree, I'm one with the tree, and nope, then he got caught out. Unfortunately for Influence CHEMIN here, you don't want to lose one player to being greedy in a spot like this here. I feel like that was a little bit unfortunate. I want to kind of prioritize getting into the circle, considering the potential they could be having from this game here. They're going to be looking to kind of drive into Furious Gaming. Meanwhile, we check out Execute. The boys, they on the desk, they compared them and to see how they were able to play between the PMPL and now 3 minutes higher survival time. That's extremely high. They did also have really good average in terms of survival, but they just didn't reach any of those really good games. The best one they had was a 3rd place with 4 and a 4th place with 7. Infinity though here pushing.
I think with Execute, even though they have improved that survival time, is just, it goes to show how much talent is in this current tournament, because it's not even good enough. Let's see what Execute is going to be able to do here. Solo doesn't getting knocked. Infinity trying to just hold them off, and I think they might be able to do that. Infinity does have one player knocked. Here comes the grenade from Keyless. He's going to be able to do it. He's going to get knocked himself. Now we're going to be having Fate going over. Fate's been fragging out a lot. Great knock there by Fate, and he's going to continue to push. I think they're trying to spot him. They're trying to figure out where they at. They need to be careful. Here comes a nade from the last player of Infinity. He's going to be able to throw one. I think he's not going to be doing too much with it, and that it is for Infinity. Great push there by Execute, and I think this is something that Imperium was talking about. They wanted to just lay down the foundation for today, improving the average survival time and making sure they don't end up losing any players here towards the end. That's going to be a great confidence booster for this team that definitely needs it if they want to keep moving up that overall.
Yeah, super well executed by them here, no pun intended. Well played. They managed to get it off, and survival 4. One was knocked, but now Influence CHEMIN, VIVO, Cielo here, they're going to be fighting. We had a really rough hardship towards Picado. Dead center, we were talking about an urban ending here. We could be having a Picado urban ending. We know how much the players, they love hot dropping in Picado. The loot in here is crazy. I think I had 1 or 2 arena endings where they're inside the arena, and you just want to start the Rocky music, and then you just want to start boxing each other rather than using guns, right? But Execute, they continue this here. Jaguar with a fantastic nade. Takes down Telly. Now Dreamski potentially take on more here. He has a Saiga in hand. And now he's going to be able to just reap the points.
Reap the points indeed. I think Execute definitely got a confidence booster there from that fight earlier versus Infinity, but it kind of ends up backfiring here a little bit for them as Execute does end up getting eliminated. And now we have INCO Gaming versus ATON Esports. Can ATON Esports hold off INCO Gaming? INCO Gaming currently has an event down. Couldn't tell if that was, there you go. Texas still alive. Is that going to be able to hit? I love that he's throwing those Molotovs too, trying to force him to go a certain way. And here come the grenades as well. Oh the Molotov, being able to get somebody there from INCO Gaming. And now, ATON Esports, Texas is going to be looking to make this push. He's going to be able to spot him there with the TPP. Can he actually get the knock? Fran is going to end up getting knocked. Can they trade? They're not able to trade. Texas decided to wait patiently, and he waits too long, and now it comes in the third parties. This is what we always talk about. A lot of these teams need to be careful, because at this point, you're going to be allowing yourself the third party, and Extreme Slayers is one of those teams that is definitely looking to take advantage of that third party.
Yeah, ATON, they lost 2 players here. It's this. Looks like INCO, they're going to be able to kind of push them and fend them off here. That's a fantastic nade from Nenebede, followed up with a Molotov. Could be able to get him. Yeah, he's going to be able to completely wipe the floor with them as well. Now we're down to just 1 player from ATON, and looks like Casada is also going to be able to be taken up here. Fights happening in the southern part of the circle. Choco is on this western ridge, and he's just gonna have to try to salvage this game at this point. INCO being able to defend, you're talking about them. They could potentially be winning this game here. And in general, really impressed what we've been seeing from them, especially after their fantastic performance in PMPL Brazil, where they're able to win 94 points in just 1 day.
Definitely, and I think this type of tournaments play well for a lot of those teams, right, that have that experience. You don't have many days to perform, you definitely start performing right off the bat, and they were able to do that. I was actually surprised to see Choco from ATON Esports not being there a little bit closer with his teammates to kind of back him up. We do see who will win map 2. Hotjuke says Team QUESO, Imperium Nova Esports, and Sandstorm Furious Gaming. Okay, I like that pick. Let's see if Nova is actually going to be able to pull it off, though. And as we're saying that, Nova's just coming in, and Nova's just getting targeted by every team that's currently in Pecado. Somehow, they're still being able to survive the mayhem from everybody else. And they do end up surviving, at least 2 players. Okay, Imperium, your team's still alive. They still have a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance.
I feel like he just completely jinxed him. Now we're down to 2 in an urban fight here. That's rough. INCO. A little bit of enchantment as well. Papi Portro has a really good angle on the 2 knocked players. V2. Well, that's going to be a Molotov flush right there. Rafinha from Rise here. 2 players knocked in his team. Team QUESO looking pretty good here. They have the 5-stack high ground. They have 4 guys alive here, 7. Could be a good game for them.
Yeah, and Team QUESO is going to have this high rise too here in Pecado. They're going to be able to see so much stuff and let those nades rain down. Ayala, you currently have 5. Why not? Keep on using them. You know exactly where they're at too. See if maybe you're able to catch somebody. And then while you're at it, see if they can third party some of this fights too. As you see Jaguar there crashing into Rise. And 2 of the players there from Jaguars do end up getting knocked. INCO, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of INCO. They end up getting some of their players knocked, but they're always able to just maintain the composure, pick them back up, and see what's going to be on the horizon for them. You can see Ayala there trying to take advantage of that high ground. And Screams with a wonderful nade. And this is what I was talking about. Being able to have that high ground, being able to see what's going to be coming your way. Team QUESO is going to be able to take advantage of that and get those extra eliminations, as Jaguars does end up getting eliminated there by Rise and Team QUESO. And now Team QUESO is going to switch their focus to Imperium's pick, Nova Esports. Team QUESO looking, like you said, looking very, very strong.
Really good high ground control here, and a lot of information being able to be gathered from that high ground. INCO, 3 lives, 7 eliminations. A lot of damage done here. Dreamski is looking really good with that amount of damage, but he's not going to be able to deal anymore. Next circle is going to be popping here, and look at that. If it doesn't go east, it's going to be rough. It goes in the center. Now Nova looking pretty good, but still only 2 alive, kind of trying to hide out inside a house. We're going to have a lot of fight here and scramble to try to get into some of these better buildings here. I could expect to see Team QUESO maybe trying to move into where Reyes was. He already took part of West Town, that building, the blue building that you see. Would like to see Team QUESO take that, but INCO's moving and pushing in on them here, 7.
Yeah, INCO Game is gonna not let them rotate. They were like, hold on, hold your horses, and this is exactly what they're trying to do. INCO, they're currently trading. Is Ayala gonna be able to secure some shots here? You can see Reyes there with the angle too. He was across the street. That was gonna be their anchor for their next rotation. And now Team QUESO a bit on the fence here. They do end up losing Puppy.
Oh, grenade.
How can they hold this off? That's gonna be a beautiful grenade if it does end up hitting. And it does end up hitting. Ayala being able to confirm an elimination right there. And now seeing if he can somehow make his way to Reyes. INCO Gaming, I liked what they were trying to do, but I feel like Reyes, with that angle that he had, being able to relay the information to where the other players were from INCO Gaming was great to see. And meanwhile, Nova kind of is pushing off Brian there on the elimination feed. INCO Gaming still trying to find some of these players from Team QUESO, and they're going to have to worry about Rise too, because now Rise is going to be able to push up closer to them.
It's going to be a big one here. Rises and third-party angle and opportunity for them. I feel like Team QUESO has to move now while the smokes are being deployed. Otherwise, they're going to have to use even more smokes they potentially could not be having enough of now that the first one has been used. Rise moving into this 2-story as well. Rafinha is going to be chilling in here with Inyo. Screamsu and Ayala is rolling right now, but they're going to have to move a little bit later in the circle. Reyes with a fantastic nade onto Rafinha. That's a sick underhand nade straight onto Rafinha.
Team QUESO has just impressed me so much with the nades they're currently being able to do. As I said that,
oh my god.
Mufasa hit the nastiest grenade on Reyes as he's just decided to stay there a little bit too long. That's what I was talking about. They needed to watch out for that. Now Team QUESO jumping up the building, trying to get some angles. They're going to be able to finish off INCO Gaming, and they are going to be able to pick up Ayala, I believe. Can they make the push somehow to pick up Reyes? That is going to be tough because Rice is going to be looking at them, and they know exactly where Reyes is at. And on top of that, you have ATON Esports with Choco there just playing Snake, waiting to see who he's able to spot.
Yeah, he's just chilling out there. He's going to be playing it slowly. The next circle is really going to determine where we're going to be going at. Now Rise, 3 alive. They managed to get the res off Mufasa here in a good spot, holding off Team QUESO. You want to make sure that they don't get the res onto Reyes. Smokes, as I was talking about, is there enough? Is there enough available for them to make this cross? I don't think so. It looks like it's Ayala and with 1 smoke in hand.
Ayala just waiting, Screams.
He's
there,
off. No.
He got lucky that ATON decided not to do anything here. And now Knights is going to be trying to get into this party too. Knights going to be seeing if they can catch some people rotating across that street. Screams. Oh, Mufasa trying to see if he can maybe duplicate what he was able to do earlier against Reyes. He's not going to be able to do it, though. But Team QUESO not as strong anymore. They're only going to have 2 players alive. You can see Spec trying to see if he can make his way across to his teammates. Rise is also going to be making this push across the street. Now Team QUESO is going to be set up nicely. And I don't actually think they have to worry about ATON Esports Choco being that player alive because he's just looking to wait it out, and Screams being able to get a shot right there on Mufasa, being able to knock him down. Screams now starts to get shot. I think it was from Nova and Knights. So much action going on right here. You can see Coops trying to get into the action as well. They need to be careful because Nova's right behind them too. Rise does end up making the push across that street. They're going to be able to make it here to this compound. Ayala needs to be careful. There's still 1 player alive there from Rise on the other side of the fence close to that street. And here comes the push. Can Coops be able to confirm any of this for his team? They're going to back off a little bit. They're going to try to reassess the situation. Rise losing players left and right, and Ayala with the DPS again, showcasing what he was able to do yesterday. And now, you best believe, Coops was aware of that. He knew he had to pre-fire, and he's able to finish off Ayala right there for that fight. And on top of that, guess what? It's not over. You have now other teams, Nova, trying to third-party what Knights was doing, and VIVO Keed going up against Furious Gaming too.
VIVO Keed and Adrian trying to get more shots. Got Furious Gaming down now. VIVO Keed able to maybe also get this res off. Pittsburgh Knights are going to be going down. Furious Gaming as well. Furious in 5th, Knights in 6th. ATON with 1 alive. Extreme Slayers with 1 alive. VIVO Keed with a knock and now 2 alive. Nova with 2. They've managed to survive for this long. Shifan and Kindness. Can they take this one home? Nope. Choco found 1. And now Shifan is the last player alive.
And this is great for Nova, being able to secure at least a top 3 finish, especially after what we saw yesterday. Imperium is going to be super happy. Coach Imperium, I can't wait to see what he's going to have to say about this performance here. And I think Shifan might be able to pick up Kindness here. VIVO Kid is going to be aware that more than likely there's going to be a couple of players there. You can see Robert there from Stream Slayers, and Stream Slayers continues to be consistent in regards to placement, though. This team being able to get a 2nd place in the first game of today, and now we're going to be securing at least a top 3 here in Miramar. Loving what I'm seeing out of them.
Oh, Robert. Potential more nades there. Smokes are coming out. Adrian has to heal here. Nades are coming out for Nova. Can Nova clutch this? They found Robert. Now it's a 2 versus 2 versus VIVO Keed. Extreme Slayers only got 1. They have to get off this cover soon. They have multiple angles though. Adrian with multiple. Can he find 1? Kindness gone down. Shifan half HP. He's going to be found as well. It's going to be VIVO Keed Stars. And be able to take this chicken dinner home here fantastically and well played and executed by them, honestly. Super well executed towards the late game there. Huge game for them, honestly.
Huge game indeed. Love what we saw there out of VIVO Kid, but I gotta give some more props again. What we just saw out of Nova Esports. We've been talking about you. We've been wondering when you guys were going to be waking up, if you guys were going to be waking up too late. Well, guess what? Second place finish there. 18 points to add to the, I think, 13 points that you guys had gotten so far after so many games. This is great to see out of Nova.
Yeah, this is the start that we were hoping for, obviously. More than doubling their points here. Now they have to continue this ball here and making sure the ball is rolling. We're going to go to a short break here. Once we get back, we're going to hear more what the desk thought about this game.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
So Nova.
Really difficult.
Target locked.
Yeah!
What are you aiming at?
Some APHELION, and here comes a push out of KPL. He scoped in, and oh, they both run by a quick turnaround, and that's a double knock for Skipper.
Oh, that is unfortunate. The push didn't fully come through when that happened.
Oh my gosh, a good pecado ending. Sin City at the end of that last one right there. I love urban finishes inside of Miramar. It's just so ridiculous there towards the end. I didn't know who was going to win for a second. You know, VIVO Kid, they just dominated there right there, though. It was a beautiful, beautiful game.
So heartbroken, but if there's one word to describe this game for me, it's cluster truck all the way, man.
For me, it was just a flaming trash can towards the very end.
28 points on the side of VIVO Kid, and then Nova Esports finally put some points on the board.
So close. I was like, come on. I'm sorry.
No.
Phase 4 and okay. Their rotation wildly into the city was extremely poor. And I wish I could go harder on that, but because they got a decent result, I'm delighted for them.
But it worked.
You know, hey, this goes to what you said, though, right? You said specifically they need to do something different, right?
Yes.
And that's exactly what they did, and they did put some bigger points on the board.
I had noticed that in the first 3 or 4 circles, they were playing a lot closer together. They were playing more tight-knit, and that was definitely part of, yeah, at least some way making it.
Okay, well, we'll get back to them in a little bit. Let's talk about VIVO Kid, though. They are the champions of that last match, and they did put in a good amount of work. Man, these DBSs are becoming that new meta, hands down. I remember when I talked to Coops just about, like, what do you think about the DBS? He said, every time I hear one, my anxiety just goes through the roof, that blood pressure. I guarantee you that's with all these squads. And that CQC action, man, these guys put some work. Let's take a look here, of course, at their day 1 performance versus now. And we can definitely see some big differences here.
Yeah, massive improvement from the side of VIVO Kid. And I'm pretty sure that they're almost matching the same amount of points that they had in the entirety of day 1, only in these 2 games. And we mentioned this before, and we're going to keep talking about it. This is the kind of start that you want to have in day 2 of the tournament if you want to make yourself a contender for that title. Keep in mind, I believe they already qualified for VIVO Kid, but still, we're talking about $23,000 here.
Exactly. Plus, you've just that kind of like that reputation leading into the PMGC PMGC. You want to set a standard. You want to set an example. And this is a kind of VIVO key that I've seen across the past couple of months, whether it's been in PMPLs, whether it's been in third-party tournaments. This is what I want to see.
Yeah, especially with a tough rotation like that. I mean, on top of Pecado in that circle going all the way to the side, they were just right in the middle of it, and they had to shoot their way out of there, and that's exactly what we did. I thought Extreme Slayers could have possibly snuck that one in if they timed that perfectly between Nova and VIVO Key. They could have made something happen, but didn't end up working out for them.
And look, we got to give credit to Extreme Slayers, right? They performed quite consistently over the first 2 games. They played intelligently. Has it been a little bit too passive? Possibly. However, the calculatedness of how they're moving through the maps, not panicking, is leading to them getting very good results.
Yeah, very good performance by them. But when we're talking about Extreme, we have to talk about that. What was that from Nova? I mean, we were both sitting here just like, you're driving through Pecado, and you're talking about Zone 6 even. The entire server is there.
6 teams there. 6 teams in the city.
16. And you just decide, you know what? Here's the thing. No one's gonna expect it, and no one expected this result as well from Nova at the end of this game.
I do love it though, because you know what? It is a very bold decision.
It is.
But you know what? I guarantee you that was one from an IGL where it's just like, hey, you know what? Sometimes you just automatically assume everything's taken. But now it's just, hey, let's just send it there. I have a feeling it's open, and it was, and it worked out. Sometimes you gotta risk it to get the biscuit, and that's exactly what happened.
Ayala with that play, 930 damage. He was single-handedly controlling that 5-stack building, and I remember watching those first couple of circles and seeing how Team QUESO were rotating, and it's so methodical how they just wait. They wait, they buy their time, and that snapshot phase 3, phase 4, boom, instantly onto the southeastern side of Pecado, and it was just job done.
Yeah, and then you get yourself in those close quarters, and then you just give the entire server anxiety. All right?
Oh my goodness.
You hear the sound of the DBS, you're like, oh God, he's coming for me.
Oh no, oh no, but you know what? Oh yeah, let's take a look here at the overall rankings. Team QUESO still on top. They are holding it down right here, but that lead is, has it shortened.
Yeah, very, very short lead, but the one thing I do want to mention is NA hashtag not available in the first page of this overall ranking.
Even better, but even better.
Actually, yeah, they're
like to borrow my glasses?
A little bit, actually. That laser ostrich might have hurt me a little bit.
I will say one thing though, Loops, Alpha 7, nice, right? But you look here at the bottom, Nova is now not as behind as they were. They kicked it up a little bit just for fun as well. But I mean, we definitely need to see a big game, I think, right here, going on now to kind of finally just say, hey, you know what? We don't got to really worry as much tomorrow.
Also, we got to be a little bit harsher on PK. Where have they been so far in the first 2 games? So arguably being a little bit sloppy on their rotations, on their movements, and yeah, it's something I'd like to see a bit better from them in game 3.
That's fair. Fair to say. You know, I will agree with 7. You know, I am not on board with the whole excuse of saying, yeah, we've already punched our ticket over to PMGC.
Exactly.
You know, there's a lot of money here on the line, but also a lot of pride. You can actually get, this is the only legitimate practice for PMGC that you can get. This is the potatoes are on board here, and as you can see here, we can get into Pecado, some beautiful shots. I mean, Team QUESO took that 5-stack early on, but then that zone just shifted off of it.
You know what goes great with potatoes?
What's that?
Cheese. What's the Team QUESO?
Delicious. Delicious indeed. But what about a DBS on top?
Potatoes?
I'm sorry?
What about a DBS on top?
I mean, honestly, that's just the cherry on top for it. I don't know if it were a cherry on top of a potato with cheese. I'm pretty sure that's terrible.
Seek help.
Seek help indeed. But you know what? I'll tell you what. Extreme Slayers wish he had help. You know, he had the single player there just behind that rock, and that zone luckily shifted to him, so he did get a little bit of help, you know, from the game itself, but wasn't strong enough to handle VIVO Key.
Man, and this was probably the most fun game we've had when it comes to predictions, because you picked Furious Gaming, and I was so delighted when VIVO Key took out Furious Gaming.
Yeah, and then,
Well, hey guys,
it's back to bite you, huh?
Everybody watching right now, there's a beautiful question down there in the chat. Go ahead and tell me what you guys think the answer is. Which is the player with the most knockdowns? All right, you know, that's a good, that's a little bit different than who's the champion, right? I like that. I like that question.
Do you know the answer?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
I could calculate.
I know the answer, but obviously I don't want to help you guys cheat, so I'm going to type it in the chat after you guys type it in the chat.
Stay safe. Nice save there. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters for batch number 3.
Well played there, Sandstorm. Well played. I see what you did. You're not wanting to give away those 10,000 UC, it seems like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, I didn't want to give it away. You know, like, we're not making these trivia questions here just to say it on the casters, right? We have to let the guys research a little bit. Let's just see if the chat actually knows what they're talking about here. But it's game number 3. I want to sing a song, and we're halfway there, but I'm not gonna do it, Seven. We're just gonna go straight into the game here and talk about what do you think is gonna happen on Erangel. And unfortunately for you, my friend, we did not guess the correct team that was gonna be winning here. We didn't guess the correct team.
Yep.
We had some feelings that was gonna be a Brazilian team. It was.
There you go.
Just the wrong one.
I was gonna say we at least got the region right, okay?
Yeah.
Now after that overall that we saw, NA, where you at? Like, what's going on? Not even on the first page. Not even Knights too. Hotchicks mentioned it too. We've been talking about it. You cannot be using. Yeah, you got PMGC spot locked in, guaranteed. We still want to see you at the top. Come on.
Another thing, right? I'm like, yeah, we already got PMGC. Yeah, like all these, there's just excuses. I don't want to hear. And also, if you're not performing well here, once it gets to kind of the quote-unquote priority in terms of where you get to loot, if you played extremely well, if you won PMPL Americas Championship, you're going to have a way higher priority on where your loot spot is going to be at PMGC rather than if you bombed out and, you know, got 10th or 12th or something like that. The better you play at these kind of multi-region tournaments, the higher priority you're going to have and the more respect you're going to have once you get to PMGC, and therefore your performance at PMGC is going to be better no matter what.
Definitely. If I'm one of those European teams watching this right now, right, and getting ready possibly for what's going to happen in PMGC, especially teams that have already secured that spot, I'm looking at Knights landing in Pochinki every single time.
Hot drop them.
Okay.
Get 'em.
They're not performing that well. Everybody's just giving it to them. You know what? Let's actually hot drop on them. And it could possibly happen. We have seen that happen over and over again. And the Knights, if they do for some reason end up landing in Pochinki and Picado and all this other spot that they're used to, they're going to have to go to plan B. And that's not somewhere where you want to be at the biggest tournament of the year for PUBG Mobile Esports.
Exactly. Circles popping here, and we're off to probably the easiest of circles ever.
Oh, wow.
Can basically just contain everything except everything out on the east, of course. Mansion Prison Milton so far, but still easy circle. We're not going to see too many big rotations and priority compounds until we hit circle 2 and 3. Still, Knights looking dandy in this circle here. Have a really good spot obviously to begin with. Looking forward to excuse me, to see where they end up going or if they end up staying just for fun. Looking to have some more fun here, Seven.
Yeah, just for fun, chilling too. Nobody's anywhere near them in a way that's going to be challenging them super fast, so they don't have to worry about anything. But going back to what you were saying with Knights, I mean, the only team that's near them is going to be Nova Esports towards the south, and with where Nova's currently at, they're not even going to try to get close to them. Nova needs any points that they can get. Even after that second place finish, we saw it in the overall too. Nova's still last place. After a second place finish, after 18 points, so they're going to be trying to rack up those points. Knights, if I'm Knights, I'm just chilling. I'm going to be staying there in Pochinki as long as I can until you are actually forced to rotate out and then rotate as soon as you can, unlike what we're able to see earlier from them. And then you got Infinity. Infinity is just going to be looking to do their usual thing, which is go up to Salver or at least Severny, since nobody's going to be there. Loot up as much as you can. And we did it earlier, so why not? Let's try to do it again. What region do you think is going to win this Erangel?
Oh, yeah. So I'm actually just back to, you know, in a situation where I'm thinking, all right, who's going to get 2 chicken dinners? I mean, I feel like the region, pretty easy. It's going to be Brazil again. The question for me is still, who is going to be the team to have first 2 chicken dinners? Because right now, we're looking at game number 9. It's pretty much impossible soon for more than you know, it's gonna be this game or the next, I feel like, where we're going to have one team with 2 chicken dinners, and that team is going to put themselves ahead of the rest. That is really the question here. We do have Extreme Slayers up in the top with 0 chicken dinners and 76 points. Insane consistency on the placement. They actually have the most placement points out of anyone, but still haven't won a chicken dinner. So once they do so, they're going to be putting themselves in a pretty sweet spot. But yeah, definitely expecting, you know, a team maybe. Again, Alpha 7 could be doing good, but they are in military at this point here, 7. What do you think?
Yeah, and by the way, Alpha 7 continues to surprise me going into that military. I think they got super scared at some of the circles that we were getting yesterday, that they're like, you know what, let's just go military. And right now, they're still going to be able to make an easy rotation. And I was talking about NA, and you totally brought up a team that I absolutely miss, and that is Extreme Slayers. I was talking about the consistency earlier. You just mentioned it as well too. They are currently the only team that's kind of representing for the North American region.
Top 8, yeah.
They did end up changing their name. I think that's what might be confusing some of us, myself, and probably the viewers as well. But the consistency that we have seen out of that team in regards to placement points, it's great. Now, what I would like to continue to see out of them is hopefully they can start fragging out a little bit more, because right now they're sitting in, what, 4th place, 76 points. They only have 21 eliminations when everybody around them has at least over 30, or if not, over 40. So I want to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of them. But hey, if this is working for you, maybe keep doing your thing. If you can at least stay there within striking distance in 4th place, that's what you want to be able to do anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's, you know, you should be very familiar with them. You know, Dominican Republic players. You're going there yourself. You know, on a vacation, maybe you can hook up with them and say, "Hey guys, thanks for repping the region well." But yeah, definitely happy to see them doing quite well here. Obviously, they're known before as Stark Gaming North America, and now they're back to Extreme Slayers, or to Extreme Slayers. And looking forward to see what they can bring to the table here. Currently, as you said, only team in the top 8 from NA, from PMPL and in general. And yeah, I think it's Knights that was on 9th or 10th or something like that. That's the next kind of closest target, right? So it's kind of a rough situation for them in general. But still, again, our top end of the leaderboard, extremely competitive and extremely close. And it's just the question is, who's going to start, you know, racking up those points back-to-back games and, you know, 2 chicken dinners and stuff like that. Otherwise, we're looking at maybe just, you know, last couple of games on the last day is going to decide the winner. It might be that either way, you know, but even I'd like to see somebody really trying to put themselves ahead at the moment.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of the NA viewers, I wanted to kind of go back to Extreme Slayers too, because it's just such a big surprise. If you would have asked anybody, who do you think is going to be performing really, really well for NA after 8 matches, I think everybody would have just gravitated to the big team names, right? The Knights, the Nova Esports, maybe Execute as well, with the way they were able to perform on those finals for in NA.
Yeah.
Extreme Slayers, I mean, consistency. Keep on doing what you're doing. I mean, even going back to it yesterday, they ended up with 2 third-place finishes and a 2nd-place finish. But whenever they weren't in the top 3, they were in 12th place, 16th place, 16th place. So I think today we're finally starting to see a little bit more consistency in regards to them still maintaining those top 3 spots. If for some reason they don't end up in the top 3, I would like to see them towards the middle of the pack with a nice amount of eliminations. We do see Execute and Fate here. Execute, surprisingly, they're actually not playing with Sixless, something that I was mentioning yesterday. Sixless was a big addition to this team whenever he was at it. He kind of gave a little bit more freedom to some of these players to just fully frag out as he was able to IGL. I wonder if at some point they are going to be bringing him in to play, or if they're just going to continue doing what they're doing. Because, I mean, right now, Execute, 11th place, 49 points. I feel like they're not where they would want to be, and that's easy to say too with that kind of placement that they currently have in the overall.
Yeah, exactly. Really love myself some Sixless as well. Honestly, massive gamer himself. Pleasure meeting him long time ago. Where I met you the first time as well, my friend.
Yeah.
2019 Berlin, PMCO. Now ATON here. Backflip hill. Heaven, whatever you want to call it. kind of scouting right now. I see super far east. A lot of teams have already occupied a lot of the buildings around that center. So if it doesn't hard shift, if it goes center, a lot of the teams are going to be having some good times here. Looking at Knights, looking at to be in a really good and aggressive spot there. They're holding some of the good spots. Okay, kind of west side here. So Ruins in the middle. Furious Gaming could be looking good. Vivo Key could be looking good. And a lot of teams that are on the northern side, they're going to have to rotate in 7.
Yeah, and I think Infinity is going to be looking to just rotate there towards George Pool. And I'm starting to realize what Alpha 70 is continuing to go to that military base is because whenever they do have to rotate into the main island, they've been watching VOD reviews. I'm pretty sure they're self-aware that Team QUESO is actually going to be rotating super, super fast, and nobody's going to be challenging them there during that west bridge. And that's exactly what's happening. They get another free rotation up to the main island, and that's going to be working out wonders for them. I do wonder, though, if they're going to be now doing the reverse of what they did yesterday during their win. Just to remind you, yesterday they did the big rotation from like North George all the way down to Military Island. I wonder if now they're going to be doing the Military Island all the way up to George Pools, and I think it might be looking that way as Rin does end up getting knocked there from Nova Esports, not the star of this game that Nova wants to do. I'm pretty sure they're wanting to follow up of what they were just able to do in Miramar, and they are going to be fighting a team that they're very familiar with and a team that they actually have a lot of rivalry with. At the end of PMPL North America, they were just talking back and forth, a lot of smack, saying, we are the team from NA, you are not. And, well, let's see here if they're going to continue to fight as Tensa gets a little bit stuck there trying to get that nice Tesla car out of the garage. And I think Nova's going to decide to back off, just sacrifice that one player and regroup and see where they're going to end up going.
I definitely love when the teams talk smack to each other, a little bit of friendly banter and a little bit friendly toxicity against each other. It's always good times. Keep it friendly though. And here Knights not so keen to be staying in this compound here. It's not as good as they're hoping for unless they get an eastern shift. It's going to be a rough one here, but Nova, they're staying over by closer to school, in between school and Pachinki at this point. Looks like Tensa's going to be staying, leaving behind that mini Pachinki compound. And Spec is going to be driving towards other guys. They're going towards the Pachinki highway, where a lot of teams, they usually use that road to rotate around that. And Rise, they have sniffed out some loops over there. They're just south of school. They have to move as well. A lot of teams on the southern side of the circle here. Meanwhile, Infinity and ATON, they're going to be moving in on that northern side and potentially be crossing some of those bridges. It's going to be kind of interesting to see if they're going to get a lot out of that. Loops on the southeast side, inside here on the Potato Hill. They're going to be looking into Pachinki and into further and seeing where can they really go here. They want to get as much information as possible here, but still not inside the circle. They're hoping this next shift goes their way. Otherwise, they're going to have a long road ahead of them while it's closing in just 30 seconds. Rise, they did get the information on them, and they're potentially be kind of following their footsteps.
Yeah, I think they're going to be trying to figure out, and I'm glad we get to see this map overview right here. You can see ATON Esports now finally starting to come in. Infinity, they didn't end up going George, and I actually love this kind of split that they're doing. Hopefully they don't end up getting into a fight here with ATON Esports, because Infinity, look at how much area those 4 players are covering. For some reason, that circle does end up getting north. They're going to be able to pick and choose anywhere they want to go. And it works out wonders for them. Now, this is the moment. Are they just pretty much going to regroup, be all 4 together? And that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And I love that they're doing it fast and they're not wasting any moment here. You can see Luke's, the one player that was actually in George, making their way towards where the other players are at. And now, just like I talked about earlier, Alpha 7 is going to end up making that rotation all the way from the west through George, and I think they might end up fighting Infinity in just a tiny bit.
Yeah, exactly. All right, ATON. Northeast, really good shift for them here. They got to take some space now, though. They are now one of the teams that are on that northern side. Now, Federal finds Extreme Slayers and Influence CHEMIN here. They're trying to defend. They're currently in a 2-2 split. A little bit greedy here, 7. The question is it going to succeed with the split, or they're going to try to go further towards the center? I would really like to see them go towards the center here and really stack up, honestly, because this is a way too greedy 2-2 split for my liking.
Yeah, definitely second that, especially with how many teams are going to be coming in from the east, right? You're going to have Loops, you're going to have even the players there from ATON Esports trying to figure out where they're going to be going to, and all of the other teams like Knights, Rise. Just so much could happen. Try not to be so spread out. And you can talk about ATON there. You can see Nitsu having to jump off his buggy. He was starting to flame up, and he's barely able to make it alive. Hopefully, he's not too close to that buggy. We saw what happened yesterday when you're a buggy and it blows up. It's not good, especially when you end up doing it to yourself. You can see it there. Knights getting into a fight there with Loops. Xenox being able to knock down a player. We know Knights likes to be aggressive, and Loops needs to be careful because Knights is going to be able to punish them for this. Tensa being able to actually finish off Cardozen. Knights making a push for it. Xenox needs to be careful as the shotguns are going to be coming out here for Toiko. Toiko being one of the best players so far for Loops. Spec trying to get an angle, getting behind some cover there. He's not going to be able to fully get behind the cover as Toiko is going to be able to knock him down, and he might be able to actually go for the finish. That's exactly what he's going to be able to do there. Oh, shit. Chef, I believe it's his name, being able to get some knocks is starting to backfire here for Knights, and he ends up backfiring in a big way. Knights just taking a little bit too long riding around in those cars, not deciding if they wanted to take that fight or not. He ended up backfiring as some of the other Loops players were able to set themselves up, get those angles, and ultimately just send them back to the lobby.
Oh, that is crazy. Super unfortunate for them right there. GG got trying to get some soft cover there for the rest of the boys. And Toiko could be trying to getting into this situation here. ATON kind of looking their way. They look hungry at this point here. And now still influence CHEMIN in a super greedy split still here. They're potentially going to be staying this way until they see this next circle here. Unless it goes their way, they're going to be moving straight over to Federal. Make sure they get that now. GC Gods take some shots towards Nova. Ooh, that is rough. Toiko taking a little bit of damage in blue, I believe. That is the most insane shift I've seen today. Holy, we're going straight down to the wall. Like, the island literally is the best place to play at the moment. What is going on? I would like to see some of the teams go down to the southwestern side. There's a church kind of ruins high ground that they can be playing. That would be pretty insane to see. So a lot of damage could be coming out their way. That is the most back-to-back shifts there. First northeast, then southwest like that. What is that? That's insane.
Yeah, and I love that you called out that church too in ruins, because you're gonna be able to just cover so much area with a tiny bit of height advantage, right? If you're able to get on top of that roof, and you might be able to cause some damage and just make some of the other teams uncomfortable, especially if they do end up getting into fights. But let's get into the fight here between ATON Esports and Team QUESO. ATON Esports being able to knock down some players there from Team QUESO. Now Loops is trying to see if maybe they want to be able to get into the action. They are going to be trying to get into the action. Can they stop Ayala there from driving off? Scream's going to get knocked. I think Ayala was barely able to get out of there. He got super lucky. And as I said that, he decided to go back. He saw Loops looming around. He said, you know what, I can't go that way. He goes back, and ATON Esports is still waiting there. Team QUESO ends up getting eliminated as well.
That was nutty. Chief here, Loops Esports. They're going to be having to doing a big macro rotation. Now they're going to be crossing this bridge through Roshak and then try to get on the southern side. They hear Rise there in the distance. Who's going to be setting up the nicest influence? CHEMIN and Extreme Slayers currently fighting towards the center now just for fun. Suko not having a lot of fun while it's being shot at from Loops. Law finds Mufasa. That's huge for them. Silence finds Law. Telly is also, there's a three-way fight going on here. They execute Rise and influence CHEMIN right now in a three-way battle for the center circle, which is under the bridge of the tiny island of Watertown. That is just crazy.
It is crazy, and something that I'm seeing here on the map, that if you can barely see there towards the south, and then Ebete from INCO Gaming being able to make it to exactly what you were talking about, being able to make it there towards that church. Who will win map 3? Hodges got Execute, Imperium's got INCO Gaming, and Sandstorm's got Furious Gaming. I'll tell you what, guys, it's going to be super hard to predict this one with the current circle that we are working with, though. Whoever picked INCO, I am enjoying what I'm seeing out of INCO. I'm enjoying the split there. Nenebete is one of those players that can definitely take on a lot of teams and influence CHEMIN. Meanwhile, picking people apart from Rise under that bridge. They need to be careful, though. Execute is going to be pulling up on them.
Imagine next circle goes southeast, down to the water.
Gosh. I'm okay.
It'll be wild.
I like it.
Give him hell. Alpha 7, Vivo keyed here on the northern side with loops as well. Mythic. Good shots coming out. Not connecting through the smokes there. Diego really a little bit of in a pickle here. Loops is at the moment. Revo jumps up and takes down Loops. That is Loops out in 13th. 5 eliminations though gone their way. Alpha 7 is gonna see if they can really recuperate from this. Vivo keyed, also losing right now. Cielo and Diego gone down. McGrellin already dead. Adrian. Oh, Revo go down as well. This is a huge fight on the northern side. Insane circle though.
Furious Gaming being able to tear party there from the west. Now they're gonna have to make their way into that circle. INCO Gaming is going to be benefiting. After they clear up Rise, they really don't have to worry about anybody there towards their southeast. And they might have a little bit of area just to be able to just roam around, secure some spots. Furious Gaming trying to find there the Influence CHEMIN player. He is going to be able to find little boy for Influence. CHEMIN execute. Now is trying to hold off Furious Gaming as they're making a push for them. And earlier, one of the fights that we didn't actually get a chance to see was Alpha 7 against Infinity. They ended up just destroying that team, taking 3 players from them. And it's just 1 player alive from Infinity right now.
This is such a rough circle, like absolute torture and mayhem going on here in this circle here. Extreme Slayers could be looking good. Vivo keyed out in 9th place, only 2 eliminations gone their way. Alpha 7 on screen, 9 eliminations for them, 3 alive. Holding on to the north high ground here, taking some shots towards Extreme Slayers, taking down 1. It's Brian, and now Hauya. He has to make something happen here. Maybe a potential rest comes off. Circle is moving.
I think this kind of continues on with what I was saying with Extreme Slayers. They're looking mostly just for that placement. They're not really looking to get into those fights. And I think right now, with the way this circle is... Almost. He almost made it. He got into the water, but they could still see a little bit of that vehicle, and they were able to blow it up. Now it comes down to Robert GG. Extreme Slayer only with 2 eliminations. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 has 9 to their name. Furious Gaming, INCO Gaming in the background as well. A lot of these teams are going to be able to just slow it down a tiny bit. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 with that high ground, they're going to be looking to cause some pain on some of the other teams that might expose themselves.
I'm really loving what I'm seeing from INCO right now. That southern control that they're maintaining. They're holding onto the bridge, holding onto the west side of that island that we might be ending up with the last circles on here. Shots are coming on all directions here on Jaguar. Furious Gaming and INCO just peppering shots towards them. Nenebede got them down. So now Jaguar, yep, they're going to be gone out. And now INCO has so much control of this southern island here, Seven.
So, yeah, it's just so much room to work with. I mean, from earlier, from Nenebete going to that church towards south and then being able to rotate as soon as the circle came in. Now they're setting themselves up for greatness. They saw a threat in Rise when Rise was close to them. They ended up eliminating them. And now, if you're Alpha 7, what are you going to end up doing? You're pretty much going to be having to be forced to just crash those vehicles in the water and hopefully let out some smokes and see if you can get out of there. Meanwhile, Robert GG, can you get anybody with this nade? He's going to be able to throw it. Oh, a little bit too late. That would have been perfect if he would have been able to get anything. He is going to be trying to cause some damage there to the Alpha 7 players. And if Robert GG is able to wait it out, if he doesn't want to go for that extra placement, he might be able to get some eliminations. And as I say that, Carrillo is able to find an angle and eliminates Robert GG.
All right. This is just a fight for who can control the bridge for the longest. And it's going to be a rough one here. Rise, Furious Gaming, and Infinity in a really rough fight here. Meanwhile, INCO's just taking so much control. Alpha 7 losing a lot of players in that water, trying to transition over to the island. The question is, can they get all of them up? Can they get in? Mufasa with some angles. More shots coming in. Ooh, silence. Oh, he's gonna try to hide here. Revo returning the fire there. That's important. Oh my god, what a shot from Mufasa onto Revo. Rise continues to maintain control of this northern side of the circle.
Yeah, that's more than likely it's going to be it. Alpha 7 now it comes down to INCO Gaming. How are they going to be able to defend this? A lot of teams are going to be fighting there on that bridge. Furious Gaming gets eliminated. And here you go, Alpha 7 trying to get out of this pickle that they found themselves in, having to just do a crazy rotation, jump into the water. And is he gonna be able to revive Revo right here?
Yeah, I think so.
And if he is able to revive, do they have enough utilities, right? If for some reason the circle does not shift their way, do they have enough smokes and stuff to be able to get out of there? I think they do. You can see the smoke. They're letting it go down. Possibly the circle could end up benefiting them here. I'm actually surprised that INCO, with how much control they had of this island, they're not deciding to do more with it. They weren't really as aggressive. They kind of just allow a lot of these teams to set themselves up, like Alpha 7 and now Rise with from the other bridge.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like Rise is maintaining players alive at the moment, and INCO is just trying to force the two teams to fight right now against each other now. And Nebede managed to take down Nino. This is important. They're still trying to kind of contain that fight on that northern side, and that's exactly what you want to do. When you have three teams alive, you want to try to force the other two teams to fight against each other so you can be the team with the numbers advantage.
Alpha 7's gonna end up getting a little bit blessed with that circle right there. Now INCO is gonna be in big trouble. They're gonna have to definitely push here on Rise. Rise is gonna have a little bit of cover from them, and INCO is gonna have to be careful too, because Alpha 7 might be able to get an angle on them and start shooting them down, especially once they get on top of this rock, trying to get some of those Rise players. Here we go. This is gonna be take two of the fight that we saw earlier from INCO Gaming and Rise, and it's gonna be the completely different bitch. Mufasa once again with the grenades, being able to get 2 eliminations, actually 2 knocks right there. Revo, as I was mentioning, he's gonna be looking to see if he can third party this somehow from far away. Rafinha is gonna be coming up, securing those eliminations for his team, securing those extra points, and Revo meanwhile keeping an eye out, seeing if he can find anybody. He is gonna be able to find somebody there from INCO Gaming. Alpha 7, the crazy rotation has worked. The circle gods have blessed you here, and now you just have to be able to win this 3 versus 3 against Rise.
Well, I really want to see some offensive smokes from Rise here. Don't throw him for yourself. Throw him towards Alpha 7. Make sure that they're holding him down right now. No, Revo is going to find Mufasa. Silence in the water here. Not sure why he's out there swimming as much as he is at the moment. Maybe he's trying to get for an off angle and see if he can get that to happen right now. Rise is on the back foot. He knows he's there. Silence is just going to get taken apart by Revo. Nice shots coming in there. Are we gonna see?
Too long of a swing.
Yeah.
Too long of a swim there for him, and now it's gonna come down to Alpha 7 holding off those 2 players. They are gonna be able to pick up Mufasa. Mufasa trying to get those heals off, and you can see Rebel right there in the front. He wants that action. He wants to be able to get those angles. Korea's gonna be able to knock Mufasa. Can Rebel close it out here for his team? Rise Esports, Rafinha, the only player alive. Is he gonna just decide to die to the zone? No, he's not. He's gonna try to go out fighting for his team. And Carrillo, I think it was actually Revo.
Oh, he died.
He ended up dying to the play zone. Well
nice
played,
try.
though, by Alpha 7. And ultimately, guess what? We were right in regards to a Brazilian team being able to get 2 chicken dinners, because it's going to be Alpha 7 securing that win. Crazy rotations. Yesterday, we saw the opposite, right? They had to go from main island to military. Here, they went from military to the top, and that's what you want to see, especially in Erangel, because we're just going to be playing this map a lot more.
Yeah, honestly, this was such a crazy game. This is some of the wildest circles I've ever seen here, 7. And that means that we're halfway through for the day here.
Yep, halfway through, and I cannot wait to see what the hosts and also the analysts are going to be having to say after this break.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
I was about to say, you know, okay, it's PMPL Americas. You know, I know these zones are a little bit tricky, but I'm always surprised. I am always surprised here at the end of the day. You think you're safe under a bridge? Not gonna happen. What a nice win there from Alpha 7 Esports.
One of my most favorite and sadistic finishes is it Kidney Island finish? That's exactly what I had. And look, Alpha 7, they shouldn't have, arguably they shouldn't have won that game. But let's be fair, they done an amazing job up until the very end. And
they really did.
Look how top heavy
yeah.
this board is. You know, and then you look down at 7th, 8th place, 4 points. Next page, woo,
okay, so everyone got a point.
No, Nova in the top 8, by the way, of that game. Just
wow, with 4 points. Unbelievable right here. Crazy to see. I mean, Alpha 7, it could have really gone either way, but then that last zone just goes right onto Alpha 7, and they're just saying, come to Papa, take it straight to the bank.
It was gifted. It was so gifted for
you know
Alpha
what?
7.
That's the game. That's the game. You know, like you can't depend on that zone being gifted to you every single time. But when it does, you have to finish it out with as many elimination points as possible. And that's why I liked at the end.
Yeah.
He said, you know what? I'm in the blue zone. I'm just gonna stay right here.
And that's why it was so good around the work they did on the North. Infinity, Extreme Slayers, they took so much of that North that, yeah, with that little bit of circle, look, like I said, it was just job done.
Yeah, and Alpha 7, you know, they were able to make their way towards Kidney Island. I'm still surprised by the fact that we're seeing, okay, I mean, we'll get to that later, Carillo and Mufasa. Rise Esports, actually, they had a pretty good game, I felt, this time around. But Carillo, 3 eliminations, 3 knockouts, very good damage for him. Excited to see more from Alpha.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Carrillo coming up big time there. I mean, he is the all-star for Alpha 7. You know, you always just see that aggressiveness. I'm not surprised to see him there up on top.
He's arguably the power boy of the LATAM and the Americas region. No, I say that genuinely in a good way, as in like he's arguably one of the most known players in mobile esports in that region.
Definitely agree with you there.
Maybe,
and the
I think a lot of people
lie.
over there would probably say that, you know, Paraboy is the Carrillo of that region. You know?
Wow, okay, I should have said that actually.
One the other way. One
Be
the other
careful
way.
now. You're talking about the 2-time world champion.
Hey, okay, I know. Different level here. You know, that's for sure. But hey, you know what? This is America. We're on this side of the world right now, right? Take a look at the highlights here. Man, you see so many squads headed underneath that bridge. Execute was dead middle when we did the prediction. So I was like, hey, let me just go ahead and pick Execute. No. Rise, everybody came in full-fledged ahead and just said, we're going to shut that down real quick.
Yeah, it's a really good game from Rise, you know, because they haven't had a good showing so far. Genuinely, they've looked very poor, but we've seen with the bridge throw play underneath Kidney Island, it worked.
Yeah, I mean, look, they still got a decent amount of points in that game when it comes to Rise Esports. Very happy for them, but they might have been able to do a little bit more towards the end,
It's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. I mean, that last zone, once it headed on over to Alpha 7, I think that was pretty much just done and dusted right there.
Actually.
But that's the game. You know, that is the game. And, you know, when you take that opportunity and you don't get those zones, you still want to put up consistent points. And then when you finally do, it's about just optimizing it to the best ability. And that's why we saw, again, that last player of Rise just sit in that blue zone, say, hey, I'd rather have the blue zone take me out than just give Alpha 7 another point on the board.
Denying points, it's a strategy or an element of the game that probably doesn't get talked about enough. It's so important because when you're talking about those spots being divided by 1 point come the end of the final game,
2 teams I want to take a look at here is Extreme Slayers and Influence CHEMIN right here. Look at this, a pretty stark difference here in stats.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, you know, in the first page, NA not available, but we did actually overlook Extreme Slayers. Before this game, they were about 5 points only away from first place. Yeah. So they're definitely the NA contender when it comes to fighting for one of those PMGC tickets. So very well played from them, and now they're definitely on our radar.
You know, this is the reason why I want to talk about this squad, because it's the same thing in the NA finals, you know, because you saw them just being very, very just in that kind of 4th, 5th place, just haunting, getting consistent points, and then towards the end, a good couple wins, and boom, we see them jump to the top.
And comparing them to a team like Influence CHEMIN, who have always consistently performed extremely high, they're fighting for that PMGC spot, right? They missed out on it against VIVO Keed. Will they miss out on it once again?
Yeah, you got this is a great question for you guys in the chat. I want to see what your answers are right here, because it's all about that cheddar, baby. How big was that total prize pool for PMGC 2021? And the reason why I like this question is because what's it going to be here in 2022? Ooh-wee.
A lot more money? That's my guess, maybe?
And up, and up, and up, man.
Let me guess, you know, but you'll you'll tell
Yeah,
me tomorrow.
obviously. Come on, we can't be leaking away all the secrets.
Well, you know what? It's time to talk about the next map, okay? Sanhok, baby. We're going to the jungle here. And here's the map performance we've seen. We've only played one Sanhok in this tournament so far. And right now, you see Influence CHEMIN have the most damage. But, you know, my big question, too, is will we see Nova complete their heal strat?
I think it depends on whether we picked him in our prediction or not. I think that's going to be the play. And obviously, if Infinity is going to be on the hunt for them, if they've changed their strategy, like Imperium mentioned before, it is very predictable what Nova is going to be doing in this game. So are they going to listen to you and change their strategy this time around? Or are they going to listen to me and keep on going with what they're used to?
Okay, well, nobody... No, don't.
Listen, they listened to me in Miramar. They went for those fights. And I don't know why I didn't pick them for my prediction either, but hey, they went back to their roots.
That's because you have no faith, because you're all talk, no action.
Oh, big words from someone who still doesn't have a point on the board.
Shit. Okay. All right, look, now the big question that I gotta have as well is, you know, are these teams, I love what Avenger said. You know, Avenger said, you know what? No excuses. You gotta put your name down here, so that way your drop shot is secured for this next tournament. Stick it out over to Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming for some Sanhok action. Let's go, baby!
I gotta love the energy we're getting out of the studio, and also the friendly banter we're getting. They're throwing in fire under each other, and I'm absolutely loving it, 7.
I'm too. Now, I'm really surprised to see when those predictions come in, if Nova's still alive, if it's gonna be Coach Imperium, or if it's gonna be Coach Sandstorm picking them, because I'm actually going to have to be with the one that said they should switch it up a little bit. Continue to go for the heal strat. That's kind of pretty much what Nova is known for, at least in North America. Whenever they do end up playing Sanhok, it works for them. Just don't go to the same place, especially if the circle is going to be towards the west. We saw what happened yesterday versus Infinity.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, they've played, you know, hundreds of games with this strategy here, right? It is extremely predictable. Teams are going to know exactly where to find all the first aids, so they can just go straight over there. All right, we're not going to have a good circle here for us. Let's go just, you know, take out Nova and take all their first aids, and that way we're going to get second like we saw it yesterday, 7. All right, your favorite map, where are we going to end up going, you think? I'm just curious to see where the team's going to be hot drumming each other this time around, because I think we're going to have a little bit more of that where they're kind of contesting each other, just a little bit poking at each other.
Yeah, we saw a hot drop yesterday. I can't really remember the teams correctly, but it was in Paradise Resort. And I believe it was actually just for fun. They ended up hot dropping with a different team. Are they going to try to continue that as well today? We'll have to wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, it was Rise too. So we'll have to wait. But in regards to doing different stuff, Nova Esports continuing to drop where they do end up dropping. I'll be looking forward to seeing what kind of rotation they do end up doing, or if they're just going to continue to make that late rotation and go for the heal strat. Knights continues with their drop as well. Very, very split there between Bootcamp and Painan. And with this circle, well, guess what? It's definitely going to cost Nova to do something different in regards to that heal strat. And if you're off of 7 with that current 2-2 split or 2-1-1 split in Lakawi and also Kampong, things might be going your way.
Yeah, 100%. What I'm really hoping to see is a quarry ending. I love quarry endings on Sanhok, honestly. It's so good with the kind of up and down, the amount of cover that we're able to see, and all the compounds that's getting contested around quarry in general. Rise ended up not contesting here for just for fun. They ended up doing some kind of trash split around and about outside the outskirts of Paradise, so that's going to be completely fine and dandy. But I gotta say, a little bit worried for Execute here. They are all the way up on the northwestern side, north of Camp Alpha, in between Jaguar and kind of in some weird splits here. And you see the ninja with the samurai sword, Mitek, and a Thompson. They've seen each other. Jason saw this too. Has no vest though, only level 2 helmet. He's gonna be sneaking up with the UMP. And the information has been given out to the rest of his teammates, so Solo could potentially come in and help here. First elimination found though by Kadosin. I feel like that was maybe one of the Knights players that got a little bit too close to comfort for Painan, and they went out and got that taken down here. Yeah, you see bottom right of our match ranking, one of those bars has been grayed out, so we've lost a Knights player.
Definitely have it. I love what you were able to point out there with Solo. Solo is going to be able to try to get an angle on this, and guess what? Execute's fully aware that MidTech is going to be close by, as now Telly is going to be moving up to be able to back up his teammate as well. So early on, you're not really going to be having any nades, and at this point, MidTech, you're going to be able to spot that out.
Oh.
Jason's going to be getting super, super close. And can Jason surprise him?
Oh!
Jason almost ends up getting surprised himself. Now MidTech's going to be on the hunt. He needs to be careful with the other angles that some of the other players are going to be able to hold on him. He does have 20 bullets in it. It's not going to be enough, and he is going to get knocked by Jason. Ultimately, that ended up working out for Execute. Great plays by them, and now they're going to be able to just relax a little bit more, but in a way, not relax too much, because you are still going to have to rotate in. And if I'm Execute, I'm not going to wait too long. We have seen what happens during those bridges, especially when they have to do rotation.
No.
Oh, no, Fate. Not like this.
No,
well,
dude.
You know how we were talking about rotating faster? My boy's going to go for a swim, and a fairly long swim at that.
Yeah, I love the temperate here in Sanhok. It's always nice and dandy. Kind of feels a little bit like, Indonesia and stuff like that. With the temperature there, that would be lovely to see. QUESO finds one too. And let's see what Jaguar is able to kind of pull up from this one here. They're going to be looting hard 10. Right now, Execute, though, I feel like they just got to fully focus on getting a little bit more loot here, because they're looting kind of the trash loot in between Camp Alpha and hard 10. They're not going to have a lot of loot, and they're basically the furthest away from the circle. So they're not going to have a lot of loot to and a lot of time to kind of see this out just for fun. Finds meters. That felt like a free elimination and a point right there. I'm not sure why he decided to wait. Maybe he wants to set it up a little bit better, get some more information. Jason ends up getting that bleed out meters, goes down there to Trig. That's exactly what he was waiting for, to 100% guarantee and confirm that. Nate's able to confirm that for him on a different angle, so that's good. But now Furious Gaming, they know for sure that Just for Fun is snooping their tracks here behind them.
I love that the Furious Gaming player there didn't even see anybody, but just taking some shots that way, so the other player hears it and backs off a tiny bit, or does something at least. Influence CHEMIN does end up rotating out of their boot camp drop, and now starting to move a little bit more towards these. A lot of this team is just, I think they might be expecting what you were saying. They might be wanting that quarry finish, and possibly when we end up seeing this type of circle, we might end up getting it. And I'm with you too. I love seeing those finishes. It kind of allows for a little bit more tactical play too in the mayhem that it is Sanhok. And I'm looking at who was lost here. Spec was actually lost. Ooh, that's a big loss here for Knights early on in Sanhok, when you can definitely benefit a lot for having those 4 players alive towards the end, being able to hold off those angles, trying not to get third party, since it's so much easier to get third party here in Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly. All right. What can we see going on here from Knights and Loops? Influence CHEMIN on screen right now. They lost Kiovsky. Circle is closing slowly. Another minute until we know the next area that phase 2 is going to be in. Just for fun. They're just going to be chilling here. They have a, mediocre center spot right now. It's not the best compound. You can kind of run up on it from multiple angles, but still it's very center. So they're just chilling, staying 4 guys strong here, and then they're going to be seeing where they're going to be having to go next. Kind of close to Quarry, kind of close to some of the other rotations that they can do. A lot of teams, they're just going to be waiting and chilling to see where do we go on that next circle here, because the next circle in Sanhok really determines a big part of the rotation that's coming on here. That's kind of the last time that you can really use cars safely.
Yeah, you know what I'm currently looking at? I'm currently looking at Nova and Infinity. It looks like Infinity went and watched a lot of PMPL North America, because they are trying to just block any type of entry of Nova, whether the circle was on the west or whether the circle is where it's currently at. You can see them currently being close there to Cave, trying to see if they can spot any of the players from Nova, as Infinity trying to position themselves a lot better. And now with this new circle, they're definitely going to be positioned. If for some reason Nova decides to push from Camp Charlie all the way up to Cape, they're going to be finding themselves. Infinity, we saw what happened yesterday. It can happen again. Infinity might be able to take on Nova and do exactly what they did yesterday, which was secure that second place by just being able to heal as much as possible.
Yeah, you know, Infinity, they're thinking, all right, that Camp Charlie bridge there, that could mean that there's 45 first aids potentially coming over that bridge soon. Let's see if we can sniff some of those out. But yeah, for sure, really curious to see what Nova ends up doing here, if they're going to be learning from their mistakes from yesterday, and if Infinity actually decides to be camping some of that, though. Also, there's multiple bridges, obviously. You can also swim over, take maybe a boat, go all the way around here. For me, this second circle here did not do too much for the center teams. It did not change a lot, even though it did kind of change a little bit of an angle. A lot of the teams are going to stay around these same areas. Maybe some of the Western teams are going to be moving a little bit further east. But for Furious, for Just for Fun, for Rise, they're just getting into, you know, either the best of their 2-2 split or staying in the same compound as for Just for Fun and Furious Gaming. Alpha 7 on that eastern side, though, they're going to be moving a ton on screen here on that northeastern side. They're going to be moving further towards Ban as well. VIVO Kid on screen sees, or we see them at least, Extreme Slayers out in the distance. They need some information here, potentially that there could be somebody in bootcamp. At the moment, bootcamp should not really be anyone in there right now, and I don't think VIVO Kid is thinking too much about potential enemies in there.
Extreme Slayers talking about it. Extreme Slayers is going to be in boot camp. They're going to be chilling. This is a team that, once again, not as aggressive as some of the other teams, but at least trying to go for those placement points. And I expect them to continue to do that.
Best NA team.
Working for them. Oh, gosh. It's crazy to hear that, okay? It's crazy to hear that. But hey, right now, they are the best NA team, and they are by, let me check.
That's a hard one to swallow for you right there.
Yeah.
21 points?
I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no. The eliminations, I like for teams to be aggressive, and I think that's why I'm such a big fan of these Brazilian teams, because as soon as they see a chance to go for some eliminations, they're definitely gonna go for it. INCO Gaming, talking about eliminations, they're averaging at least one elimination here in Sanhok. I'm pretty sure INCO Gaming is going to be wanting to just change that. Yesterday, they ended up in 13th place with that one elim. They're being super passive here, super patient in trying to figure out if possibly. You know why they're being so quiet? Because of Nova Esports. They're trying to see if Nova's going to try to rotate through Painan so they can also collect themselves those, if they're able to eliminate Nova, collect themselves those free health. Oh, and it might be happening. I think this is why they're being so quiet. They're setting out that trap nicely. Nova moving in, thinking nobody's going to be around. And they are about to be surprised. Yi going around. Nenebete trying to be able to spot a Nova player here. And Koi, which is usually the main healer for this squad, especially when it comes to Sanhok. I think he was able to smell something fishy in the water. I think he was able to detect something there, because they were like, you know what? It's too quiet here. I don't like it. All the doors are closed. Let's back off, and let's see if maybe Infinity is not going to find us on our rotation.
Usually this place doesn't smell like death. Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. You might have noticed, it's too neatly. All the doors are closed. Nobody's currently making any noise.
This feels like a bait.
Somebody here. And as soon as Nova moves away, then you see INCO says, okay, you know what? That didn't end up working now. And the circle
Huge
shift.
Circle shift here for Rise. And Just for Fun. Best compound, though. Double drop right next to it, and nobody is in that compound there when the both sides of the road. Close to the jungle, them on Loops finds Koi, finds Rin, and Loops are like, this smells like first aids.
That's exactly what it is. You can see Koi going down. Kindness now trying to make a push towards his team, and Yi is going to be trying to rotate, but now they're just going to be getting sandwiched by Loops and Infinity. This is not looking good here for Nova. Nova not being able to duplicate what they were able to do over and over again in the PMPL North America, and it's starting to show that you cannot continue to do this.
Oh, he hits that
national event. They are going to be spying you out. Yi trying to get an angle, trying to see if he can give any type of cover to his team.
He hit that. He re-knocked him, I think. Toiko got a nade knock. That was crazy. That actually went into it. Yi, though, he is yeeting over there right now, trying to get Toiko to be calmed down a little bit. Kadosin, though, he does have a high ground. He could potentially be spotting him, though. He takes him down. Yi finds one. Kadosin goes down, though, returns quickly Chief finds G. And now Nova in shambles. And Loops, they're going to be thinking about the healing strat here for sure. They're going to be trying to get the rest of these off. Look at all those first aids on the ground right there. Koi.
You're doing a trade.
Left all of it. He has bandages left now. 3 helmet though. What? He had 30, he had 40 first aids? I think I saw 40 first aids.
Yeah, that's about how much they usually have. And I think now they're going to be using kindness to just deter them a little bit. Trying to figure out, okay, you know what? The main person that you're looking for is not here. So why not?
Oh, yes.
I think they might use kindness here as bait as they're now making the push. Ooh. With Koi being so close.
Ooh, kindness.
This might be looking good. Kindness being able to actually knock down Chief. It's going to be a table... Turn of tables right there. You can see the Molotov. I love the use of Molotovs. I'll say it over and over again. That nade costing some damage is going to put him at a disadvantage, and he does have a DPS to his name, and that's going to be massive for GC God as he's going to be able to knock it. Now you know they're going to be looking for that one player.
Oh my God, it was the truth.
That's like hitting the jackpot, right, Avenger? If you're able to finish off Koi here, it's pretty much a guaranteed second place finish. What happened to Infinity yesterday?
Oh my God. And there's even more on the ground as well. They're like, oh, look at all these first aids. All right, so this means that Loops now potentially could have a player with 50 first aids. 10 on the ground, 40 in the inventory. The bandages as well that Koi had. He had 20 some. Plus, this has to be 3 Loops players just leaving 1 Loops player behind just to go for the strat of the heals. I think there was a bike there available as well, so they could send 1 player in towards Curry and potentially maybe take the compound, get some information, and then get 1 more player further in. But right now, I just want to see how far can these first aids and all this Loops loot get them into this next game here, because this feels like a guaranteed top 3, top 4. Who's the best healer on Loops?
100%, and I think they're going to be leaving... I think they're going to be leaving one of the players behind. You can see them now starting to rotate towards the north.
Looks like it's GC God that they're leaving behind. Okay. So, Kados and Chief, they're going to be moving in there. An X Circle did pop indeed, and it did go kind of center. Influence CHEMIN looking good. Furious Gaming and Rise looking good.
What's crazy to me is that Koi just defaulted to NPC status and just started healing. He didn't even want to get into that fight. He was just hiding his life away. He's like, okay, most of my players are gone. It's time to heal. Oh, no. Please, Nova, you got to start doing something different. This worked in PMPL and A. I think we can clearly see. Luckily for them, we don't really play Sanhok that much, but we can clearly see that that strat is not going to be working for them. Cardozen is going to be very close here to some Knights players. He's going to be seeing if he can maybe get a knock and hopefully confirm some kind of elimination. As you were able to mention earlier, GC God from Loops is going to have about 50 heals to his name, so he will be fine. He might be able to secure at least, for sure,
top 5. Cardozen there, standing behind the door, you know, being ready to say to the Knights guys. Well, and also remember, the Knights, they know that Loops was fighting on the south side. They know that Loops just wiped Nova. They know that they could potentially be having a lot of loot in their inventory. Dozen says, hello, my little friend. Take some shots here. And now Knights lost another player. It's only Coops. We know he is deadly with those weapons. He actually managed to hit him before he got out to cover. But Execute, they've heard this. They're looking to try to confirm this elimination here on Sanhok. Oh, he spotted him. Yep, that's going to be an easy steal there for Telly. 1 point their way for Execute.
1 point indeed, and now it's going to just be coming down here to Coops. The only player alive from Knights, but I mean, if you ever wanted to have just 1 player alive, it would be Coops. That man can... He just has a switch. If he needs to be aggressive, he can definitely be aggressive, but if he has to be defensive and just quiet, he'll definitely do that as well. We saw Alpha 7 there being able to knock one of the players on the elimination feed. Execute. A lot of these teams, you mentioned it perfectly, they know that Loops eliminating Nova. There you go. Coops not being able to make it as far as I thought he was going to be able to make it. Ends up getting eliminated shortly after the rest of his team. And now GC God is going to continue to heal for Loops. He's going to have the time of his life over there. Meanwhile, Team QUESO is taking on fights with anybody. It doesn't matter if you're ATON Esports. It doesn't matter if you're Alpha 7. They're going to continue to fight. V2K here from INCO Gaming trying to sneak around VIVO Keep Adrian. Is he going to be able to? I think he's going to be able to. Oh, he got shot from an angle. The Stream Slayer.
Let's execute. Yeah, Fade. Honestly, that was a different angle. Oh my god, look at the top right hand of the mini. Oh my god, that's a nasty shift all the way up northern side there towards Influence CHEMIN. Extreme Slayers, Jaguar and Rise are looking good right now.
And Infinity gonna be looking to see if maybe they can get any type of heals here from this player of Loops. That's not the one.
They're hoping to find a loot pinata here. Poink, and then it just blows up with loot. You know, candy all over the place, heals, stems, everything, bullets, everything, you know. Like you're opening an extreme mega crate.
I just pictured the reaction of that Loops player as soon as he got Koi down, and he's like, well, hello there, friend. Thank you so much for all these heals. You just secured us a lot of placement points, as they didn't have to worry about anybody else. You see Infinity here pushing up. They're going to be going into INCO. INCO, one of the picks, INCO Nenebete actually being able to finish off one of the players there from Infinity. I think it was Imperium that has INCO Gaming pick for this match. Oh, please tell me he's not going to cast Analyst curse this team. Oh, INCO getting knocked. Nenebete is going to get finished too by Fakiles. And now is just one player from INCO Gaming. Oh, it's not looking good, Imperium. I'm sorry. That point is elusive. They might be able to secure some extra points here, though, in regards to just eliminating some.
Shala's going to go for the flush there. Easy extra point for them, but no first aids, 2 bandages. That is a done game for them. Carrillo finds Trigger. Some fights are coming on here, and he gets returned to the play zone. Milovan finds Ayala on the other side. Extreme Slayers here, as you see, they're now going to be on the northwestern side. Western side, and the next circle popped, and there's only one player inside that circle, and it's Jaguar Skiller.
Trying to see Carrillo currently getting finished off too. A lot of the teams, the crazy circles continue even here in Sanhok. Stream Slayers, though, I do enjoy that they're moving around a little bit more, trying to cover more areas, trying to see who are they able to find, as they are going to have to push up towards that circle. Jaguars currently the only team inside the circle. Influence CHEMIN is going to be close by too, and Furious Gaming, Milovan. You can see him just looking around, trying to figure out where everybody's going to be at. Milovan, just stay low, okay? That's all you need to know. Just stay very, very low, because there's so many teams and so many players around you at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Here just for fun. Trying to survive the ongoing bombardment from Influence CHEMIN at this point. Ooh, nice. Jaguar also onto Rise, but right now Federal's trying to find more. Execute has gone out in 12th with 6 eliminations. Made now trying to get more to happen, but no law. He finds him. Influence CHEMIN just really good with the amount of cover that they have from these little plants. Right now Federal is going to have to turn around. Furious Gaming gone down. That's unfortunate. Milovan lost now. Extreme Slayers. Robert finds Mufasa there. That is Rise being picked apart a little bit by Extreme Slayers.
And I'm loving here from Extreme Slayers. They're kind of moving around. They're trying to figure out where they're going to be going to. And on top of that, just continue to be at least a little bit aggressive. They are going to be going into Influence CHEMIN, so they need to be careful about that. VIVO Keed ends up getting eliminated, if I'm not mistaken, right there. Meanwhile, Influence CHEMIN just being super, super passive, waiting around, trying to see how they're going to be approaching this situation here. Screams, you can see Scream from Team QUESO in the background, trying to do a heal off. A lot of teams being aware of what's going on in regards to that heal off here when it comes to Sanhok. And meanwhile, a player that we definitely don't see on the screen, but we know he's still going at it, is going to be CGGA for Loops. And he has now secured at least a top 6. And if I'm not mistaken, he's going to be able to secure at least a top 3. Especially with the amount of heals that they ended up getting out of Koi from Nova Esports. Stream Slayers, one of the 2 teams that currently has all 4 players to Rise Esports. We have seen good performances out of this team so far, though. They didn't have one of the best day ones. This would be a big, big confidence booster for them. Being able to spot Federal right there, that's definitely a player you want to be able to knock and not have to worry if you're going to be crossing this area. They need to be careful, though. They have Jaguars, a player from Jaguars super close by. You can see Jaguars there being a little bit of pain for Extreme Slayers. Now, is he going to be spotted? He is going to be spotted. He's going to get Molotov And now Rise putting themselves in a great position here, taking care of business, taking care of Stream Slayers. It doesn't matter who you are. And Influence CHEMIN, there is going to be one player alive as well as one player alive here.
Oh, they found him. Okay, that is crazy. Extreme Slayers out in 5th, 2 eliminations there. Where Rise just rolling in over the end game here. Influence CHEMIN's got 4th and 5th, 5 eliminations now. It's down to 2 players, one from Loops, one from Alpha 7 with the heal off. Now Mafioso, he's sitting in the loot pinata trying to heal off here. The question is, how many first aids does he have left? 4 only.
Yes, 4.
I swear Loops is going to have more. Yeah, I swear
at least
God is going to have, something like that. Oh, you got a little bit more, so 5 now. Okay.
5, okay,
He's gonna be able to.
Please show us that Loops player. I would like to see.
Oh, look at the loot pinata! It's just exploded.
He emptied out everything.
The loot has just exploded. 11 still. Oh, 11. Okay, that's crazy.
Oh my god.
Give me more. Give me more. All right, that's easy. All right, so that's Loops 7th, 2nd place because they found the Nova loot pinata team. And they were able to find 40 plus some, whatever was on the ground. We didn't see that. 40 first aids was in Koi's inventory when they found that. That is just crazy. But yeah, that means that Nova missed out on a 2nd place here, 7.
I mean, yeah, in 2 days, if we really think about it, that is 2 days now that they have definitely missed out on that 2nd place. And if I'm one of the other teams, you best believe today, after today ends, I'm going to be watching that VOD review. I'm going to be looking at what happened in Sanhok. And if Nova decides not to change anything that they're doing in regards to how they're going to be playing Sanhok, I'm going to be trying to hunt them down. I'm going to be doing what Loops was doing. I think at one point, INCO Gaming was trying to set a trap for them as well. Because you're telling me if I just eliminate a team, I'm going to be guaranteed 2nd place finish. That's an easy decision.
Yeah, exactly. Infinity yesterday found them on that Western Bridge, and they got guaranteed themselves 2nd place. So it's just easy. Find Nova, take them out, and just absolutely demolish them. And for that means that Nova honestly should be changing up a little bit. They should be leaving that player behind with the most first aids. So they should be sending 3 players up ahead to make sure that those 3 players can clear the territory for the other player, and then he can send it in to lock that down. But Rise managed to get themselves a chicken dinner, and that's Brazil again here. And I'll just this is just me. That's me pretending to be shocked. Another Brazil win. What do you think, Stephen?
Another Brazil win and a dominant Brazilian performance when we go to Sanhok. Those last 3 teams, all Brazilian. And I think if my math is not wrong, YouTube chat, feel free to correct me. Make sure you use hashtag PMPL Americas. But that is 6 wins for Brazil out of the 9 games that we have played. That is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's honestly crazy. Good to see Rise still step up. It's been a huge loss for them when they lost Mythic. They were a contender for the top in Brazil for a very, very long time there, and due to the fact that Mythic was a contender for those MVP spots there. So that is crazy. And that is Sanhok done here for us. We're going to go to a short break before we're back with the desk here to see what they think about that heal off.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Come on. Nova, what are you doing? What is happening? Okay? Okay. Here's the thing. In the game, we all know of crates, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? They have level 3 gear in there.
Yeah.
Maybe AWM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, a couple of those special weapons.
Yeah.
Has Koi become the golden crate of Sanhok?
Well, yeah. PUBG Mobile should release a special in-game crate.
I actually have something for Nova, by the way.
Call it the Nova crate.
I got something for Nova. Can we get? Yeah. Can we get it? There we go.
Oh, dude!
Oh.
I thought you were
Okay,
too far.
for
My prediction game, but we'll talk about
You're the coach! You're the coach!
I told them to go back to they're still listening to Imperium.
Oh,
what do you mean? They did go back. They did go back to.
That's what they did.
Yeah. So they listened to me.
Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? maybe this is a little bit of harsh love, you know? Maybe it's a different, as we can see, the analyst head-to-head here. Best accent, he does try. Best beard right now, but that is the beard from the past.
Yeah, look, my beard's a lot more fly now.
Oh.
Nah,
you gonna
sorry.
take that from him?
Dude, ginger beard rules.
Yeah, at least I manage my beard.
Okay.
Look at yours.
All right, look.
I manage mine.
All right, we both understand that y'all's beard is inferior to mine. It is what it is. You know, the
By the way,
chat will
shout out
agree
to Matt.
here.
Shout out to Matt for that.
That's true. You know, big shout out to Matt. You know, and one thing is, when it comes to Sanhok, we've seen Brazil just straight dominating.
Bingo.
You know? And it's really tough to see. Like, I don't understand how Nova, right, continues to make that decision to not leave Koi way back. We see the predictions result. I finally put down Rise. You know, they were in the center of the zone. Brazilian team. Sanhok, easy decision.
Real quick, and we're going to leave it at this after. I'm going to blame Maxman. Because on the EU Championship broadcast, he sits here. He's transferred his Maxman curse to me through the seat.
That sounds like a you problem.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. It's going to be hard to curse Brazil right now because they are straight dominating this one. Look at this. Rise, Loops, Alpha 7, Influence, CHEMIN. Top 4 here. Absolutely insane. And then Nova, a goose egg here on Sanhok. You hate to see it.
It was so good from Rise, the way they held that compound. And when the circle shifted away, I thought it was going to become very, very tough. And I questioned whether they were going to be able to get out of that. But they were very proactive in how they moved, and they played as a unit.
Yeah, they really did. And I do have to ask at this point. We finished our 4th game of the day. We got 2 more games. Is it too late for Nova? Considering that you're looking at Alpha 7, who's probably cracked the 100-point mark at this point in the tournament.
I mean, we're halfway through the tournament right now. Anything can happen in those next 2 days. You know, at the same time, we need to see a massive performance here, just like the way Rise has been doing here. You know, they did finally put some big eliminations, 8 on the board. 1,300 damage. I mean, this squad, Brazil in general, just are really just showing that, hey, we're here. We came to play today.
Yeah, because yesterday we saw 4 chicken dinners from Brazilian teams, but Rise was the final kind of Brazilian team that hadn't really stepped up yesterday. Yeah. Today they've showed strength. They've been very consistent, and thought maybe the loss of Mythic had hit them too hard, but no, they're looking good. They're flowing as a team, and that chicken dinner speaks for itself.
Definitely does. It definitely does. Now, some of the other squads that definitely need to go ahead and step it up. NA, we've been kind of waiting to see them really just make something happen. We saw 1 chicken dinner before, but when it comes to Rise, I mean, as we look at the difference right here, I mean, it's pretty stark.
Yeah, you're looking at day 1 on the right side, day 2 on the left side. Massive difference, massive improvement for this Brazilian lineup. I mean, look at that. At least the survival time. Yes. Almost 7-minute improvement throughout today's 4 games. Almost tripling their average eliminations as well. We talked about it, and we're going to keep reminding you guys. This is the kind of performance that you want to have on day 2 at Rise. They're definitely rising to the occasion here.
And I wouldn't be surprised if you still don't have kind of none of their players in top 5 of eliminations, because 1, they're still getting things going. Oh, okay, Nino, to be fair, top players. But, you know, it's more about how they've improved as a team.
You know, it's crazy to see Coops up here, you know, to be honest. You know, 3 eliminations, you know, 604 damage. You know, we've kind of seen quietness from the Knights when it comes to being on the top there of each leaderboard of the game. But, you know, Coops is still doing Coops things. I think we're waiting to see some of the other players from the Knights really just kind of get those good performances. Once we see those 2-3 players, I think we'll finally see them really step up.
But that's the problem. You can't constantly rely on that one player. We've seen what he's been able to do in PMPL NA. He's been able to pump out massive numbers for his team. But even in that tournament, even in PMPL NA, you had some of the players still showing up. But at the moment, personally, I'm not seeing a lot of key plays being made by the rest of the Knights lineup. And in a tournament like this, everyone has to show up.
Is that IGL issues? Is that kind of, you know, putting too much of a priority on kind of putting only Coops in the right position? That's questions that they obviously should have the answers to, and if they don't, that's an even bigger issue. But we can only kind of judge as much as possible on their team performance, and yeah, it hasn't really been a team performance.
It's tough to do. I mean, the numbers don't lie at the end of the day, and Coops is that front man. He is going to be getting a lot of those eliminations there, but it's really tough when you're going against this just elimination-heavy squads of Brazil. I mean, they're at a whole another level here.
Man. Ooh. Like
you saw that.
Those overall results, like so far, Influence CHEMIN and Alpha 7 have stepped up massively today. It's been incredible how much, and I know we technically expect it from Alpha 7, arguably we expect it from Influence CHEMIN, but just to see that visually represented, it's incredible.
Hey, wave the Brazilian flag high right now because it is an absolute broom sweep here at the top of the leaderboards. And as we look, you know, we got Team QUESO down there in 5th place. You know, they can definitely bounce back. It's not a huge difference just yet. But when it comes to, you know, North America, look where they're at. I mean, they are all the way down here.
Yeah, I mean, NA near airport, not available. What else can we say?
Well, I mean, the big difference...
They need to show it. I'm not sure, honestly, what they need to do at this point in the tournament if they want to come back.
You have to see that aggression. I think you have to. What do you think?
I agree, but that's where I want to put a bit of focus on Team QUESO.
Well, you know what? I want to know exactly what the casters have to think, all right? Casters, which team from NA has the possibility of jumping back and which one will? I'm going to hold you guys accountable. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the...
Jukes, you and I both know exactly which team has that chance. It's going to be Knights. That's literally the only team that can kind of pop in my head because Nova's doing absolutely nothing. Hold on a second. I'm just choking like Nova's currently doing because they're absolutely throwing. I mean, they're currently not doing anything that we have seen in the previous from them. They did make a roster change. Shifanny's playing. He didn't even get a chance to play at all during PMPL NA. I don't know what's happening with that team, but back to that question, Knights is the only team that can do anything.
Yeah, you know what? For me, Extreme Slayers, they're extremely consistent, doing well, but they don't have the elimination points with them here, 7. So it has to be Knights that's going to be stepping up to the case, potentially, you know, poking in through to that top 5 right now. That is really roughly guarded by 4 absolutely insanely well playing right now Brazilian teams, and Team QUESO there in 5th. I gotta say though, Team QUESO 4 points away from 2nd place. The top is stacked. Extreme Slayers only 5 points away. VIVO Keyed 10 points away. It is extremely close in our top still, even though Alpha 7 a little bit running away with things right now, 19 points ahead of 2nd, but still, as you see here on the live rankings on the left side, so close, all the way down to Rise Esports. Just 13 points difference from 2nd place to 9th. That is insane.
Yeah, just looking at that overall, looking at the top 5 teams, Brazil is just laughing at this point, right? Brazil is just saying all these other American regions think they got what it takes, but every single time we come to Americas, last time when we did it in the spring, it was 3 out of the 5 teams at the top, they were Brazilian.
Yeah.
And then right now, 4 out of the 5 teams are Brazilian. Like, this is just ridiculous. And I love what Hot Jukes ended up saying in regards to some of the other teams, especially in regards to NA. They do need to start being more aggressive. These teams usually tend to be so aggressive, but right now, they're nowhere to be seen. They're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and Nova got 3rd. Nova didn't really pop off until, you know, the last 2 days, and that's the reason why they didn't really win, because they didn't win a game. They had their, you know, 2nd place, 3rd places, but they didn't win a game until the very last game of the Americas Spring Championship. So crazy. Knights was also kind of close, but not really 5th place, but a lot of points behind. But yeah, right now, definitely looking at Knights to see them to be able to step up here. A really kind of standard circle, Western one, but with a big Georgia pole, Yasnaya River in the middle there.
Yeah, and this is going to be, a lot of these teams are going to be having flashbacks with what we saw earlier, right? If I'm Alpha 7, I'm like, we did end up winning that match, but we kind of don't want to have to do that rotation and just depend on what the circle is going to be doing. And I'm also intrigued to see what INCO Gaming is going to be doing here, because they're nowhere near Nova, and I think they're just going to be landing a little bit south of where Alpha 7 usually tends to land. And with this spot has been open quite a lot, actually. Usually Nova is one of the teams that comes the closest to here. I'm surprised to not even see Nova anywhere near there, and Nova is going to be trying to go towards the south, but everything seems to be taken.
Yeah, for sure. Loops right now just running for it. No vehicles available for them, and they're going to be running into things to see if they can actually really try to snatch one of those, you know, dirt rose little vehicles that could be standing up there, and then just running that way in general. Yeah, not too much loot to start off things here with loops, but still pretty impressive so far for them. You know, 10 games, 91 points. That is a 9.1 points average for them. Bro, AK in hand, runs out. Can he maybe catch one of the Team QUESO players? PapiPotro jumped out to try to get a vehicle. Ayala taking fire right now. He's going to return to have some hard cover to make sure he doesn't get run over. PapiPotro in the US. Going to be drying away right there. Buggy and Ayala has sent it off. Now they're going to be crossing the bridge soon. Mafioso, though, tapping away with M16. Can he connect to Ayala? Connects a few. Does not get him knocked, though. He's a DP28.
When some of the tires there for his car, which is going to make him force him to stop. And PapiPotro not being able to pick up Ayala, making it a little bit more difficult. You're going to be seeing some of the other players there from Alpha 7 making it push, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Mythic trying to get some angles. Carrillo with the M4 beam to knock Ayala from that far away. Team QUESO got a little bit too cocky, a little bit too confident there, but they're not able to do a thing. And you better believe Alpha 7 right now wants to hunt them down, and Team QUESO better watch out. You do not want to wake up that beast, especially with what they have shown us so far today.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to miss with the best right now. That is definitely Alpha 7 in first place. 19 points ahead of second. Ayala is going to be going down. Make that 20 points ahead of second place right now. Nova, on the other hand of the leaderboard, well, on the other end as well, at the moment looking really rough. Bottom floor, 35 points. First place has more than triple their points. It is crazy to think of that Nova, our third place in America's Spring Championship, right now in second place in PMPL Americas, in a situation like this here.
I mean, we saw what the desk was saying, right? We heard what the desk was saying too. Oh, by the way, new area here. Yeah. Okay, I see you, Erangel. But I believe it was either Sandstorm or Imperium that mentioned it. Is it too late for Nova at this point? And keep in mind, we are going for the top 3. If Nova decides not to do anything here after this match, and I know they have potential every now and then to possibly end up getting 30 points a game, I think it might actually be too late, as we do see Knights here trying to push towards Furious Gaming. Some damage being caused there to the Knights players. Knights, actually, Xenox is going to become super aggressive. He's going to be getting a little bit closer here with Furious Gaming being able to turn it around. We have seen Xenox do this over and over again, being able to take on 2 players there from Furious Gaming, and he's going to be looking to confirm those eliminations, and that's exactly what he's doing. Furious Gaming is going to be backing off. Going back to what I was saying with Nova, for me, I feel like if they don't do anything here, that's going to be it for them. What do you think, Adventure?
Yeah, I definitely think that if they don't really step up in the last 2 games for today, it's going to be such a rough one for them. They're not going to be able to kind of send it back unless we see, you know, back-to-back wins, crazy amount of eliminations. But I just don't see it happening right now in the current iteration. That would be really rough to see them not be able to join the PMGC.
Yeah, Furious Gaming getting lucky here with that, having to rotate out of that fight there with Knights. Nobody being here. We do see Execute. We have seen Execute stay longer and longer here towards the west. You need to watch out, though, because Just For Fun is going to be very, very close to them. Alpha 7, after getting into a little bit of a fight there with Team QUESO earlier on, they decided to go back all the way to military base, loot up. INCO ended up making the rotation that I expected them to do to be able to loot up there in Nova. A lot of this team is just playing super patient, playing super careful in Nova. I'm actually seeing them be a little bit more aggressive here. They're trying to stay now towards the middle of the circle. I wonder if this is going to be a turn for them. Hopefully it is.
All right, Just For Fun. Let me see from them here. Currently not looking too good on the points either. But again, if they're just here to have fun, they have succeeded. Suko spots a vehicle. Are they going to go try to get that right now on the western side? Teddy going even deeper in this situation. Teams setting themselves up here. Again, we do have this big river in the middle, and that is really the question. Are the team's going to be setting up on the south side or on the north side of that? Now we're going to be seeing some big fights here. Teddy just spot Adrian, but the car is too fast. He's out of there.
Yeah, and Loving, I'm currently looking at the map too, and Infinity, I mean, continues to just have so much range there towards the north, all the way from Severny to Stalber, and even more to the east too. They're gonna be able to move anywhere that they want to. We have seen that work out for them in the first couple circles, but then after that, we haven't really seen what they've been able to do after. With Team QUESO now, we really haven't seen anything out of Team QUESO. We haven't seen any of the crazy performances that we saw out of them yesterday. I'm hoping that we do finish here on a good note for Team QUESO, because yesterday they just looked so good and they were looking so consistent with certain finishes, whether it was third place, second place, first place. They did have some scares yesterday with 12 place finishes and only 2 eliminations. And I feel like today so far, it just hasn't been their day.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Circle's going to be closing here, Seven. The question is really, where are we going to be ending up? North, south? Or are they going to do us dirty and give us a center one and not send it north or south until the later stages of the circles? Kind of classic. If we know these circles too well, a lot of teams really far out here. They're not going to be ready for one of these shifts. As we're talking about straight smack bang in the middle of that river, we're not going to know if we're going to go north or south side of the river until, you know, circle 3, 4, or 5 maybe even.
At least some of these teams, right, are going to have experience with what they saw earlier in regards to a circle like this. They're gonna try to guess what might happen. And as we're looking at the circle here, it looks like Team QUESO might try to set a trap for Alpha 7. Is this Team QUESO wanting revenge for what happened to Ayala earlier in the game? We usually see Team QUESO rotate super early on. And this is something I was talking about in the previous Erangels too, saying how Alpha 7 continues to go to that military base because nobody tends to challenge them towards the West Bridge. And it does look like Team QUESO wants to set up that trap, wants to set up that bridge camp. We'll see who ends up winning that.
Right, he's on Esports. Currently, kind of rough for them in a situation where we were expecting a little bit more after we saw from that chicken dinner. 81 points, middle of the leaderboard, but still within striking distance to the top. 1 great game, 2 great games. They're going to be straight back into that top 3. Carillo taking shots here, and that is Team K. So they're waiting for Alpha 7 for so long. They wanted to make sure that they can take revenge on this one.
And I think that's exactly what they're going to be looking to do. Them being able to, I believe, knock Korea right there. Yep, and eliminate him. That's going to be a massive, massive win for at least that team, right? And you can see them now starting to back off a little bit. Screams does have a great angle there towards the top. He's going to be able to call out a lot of stuff for his team. And Team QUESO may be being a little bit worried that they might somehow end up getting third party here, or just trying to find different angles, trying to relocate, trying to see what's going to be happening here. And you can see the confidence, too, from Alpha 7. They didn't get challenged for so long crossing that bridge that they were thinking that it was going to be free too. They were not expecting it one bit, Team QUESO, to be there. And they ended up surprising them, and they end up losing Carrillo. I think they're going to decide to back off from this fight, which is definitely the smart thing to do for Alpha 7.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like they should have expected this. Like, they went across on this bridge here, then just go to the other bridge. Like, it literally doesn't matter at that point. But then again, losing one, disengaging, and then go to the other one, that's the smart play in this case. Knights fighting here with just for fun. Suko has been spotted here. Coops definitely has a straight up idea where he should be going, or is at the moment. Suko taking a lot of damage. Trick, Snowix on the distance. Knights coming in with the support here in this case.
Oh,
Spec finds Trick. Trick finds Tensa. A trade, also potentially a rest trade coming off after this.
Trick with a great nade there to be able to at least knock one of the players there from Knights. Now, all these 2 teams, just for fun, and Knights need to be careful because there is a team that's going to be looming on the horizon, and that's going to be Execute. They're going to be looking to see if they can somehow third-party this, especially when the teams end up hurting each other. Knights is going to be able to reset with all their players up, and you can see, just for fun, trying to see if they can pick up that player. Xenox is going to be using this buggy. Is he going to drive around and try to be a little bit more consistent on what he wants to do? I think he's maybe gonna just trying to back off a little bit. This angle by Spec, this is great.
Crazy,
I love seeing this.
Oh my god.
Hopefully he doesn't get crashed though by Execute. If that happens, oh man, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, another circle, another bait. We don't know where we're going, north or south yet, but Furious Gaming straight smack bang in the middle in the cube compound. That's going to be really good for them. A lot of teams on that eastern side and northern side, they're going to have to transition into better spots right now, just for fun and nights. Right now, fighting inside where the circle could end up going. So they're going to continue this fight here. Telly does get spotted. Trick sends a few bullets his way to make sure. Oh my god, Spec with some insane and dirty shots right there towards Zuko.
Yeah, that's what I was talking. That angle that Spec was going to be able to get on some of those players was going to be massive. Now, is Xenox also going to try to get a different angle on this team? Remember, he had the buggy earlier, and I think for Trick here, he's going to be setting up that nade, getting ready, because he knows it's going to be super hard to be able to pick up Zuko from here. Coops needs to watch out. He's going to be able to get caught off guard. He's going to be able to definitely get caught off guard there by Trick. Trick is going to be keeping the nice players on the horizon, and at this point, with this angle, the Spec's not going to be able to pick up on anybody. Knights needs to be careful not to get too confident here, as the grenades are going to start raining down, and you can see Trick trying to be slick here, trying to get at least some kind of rotation here on the nice players. Their grenades are going to be coming in. Coops needs to be careful. Trick is going to be going down. It's going to be up to Xenox. XEQ is going to be seeing all of this, and you best believe they're going to be looking to see if they can maybe get into the party. And INCO Gaming, too, driving in the background. Xenox now getting third party by Furious Gaming. This is what we're talking about. You take too long to finish off this fight, it's going to allow all these teams to keep an eye on what's currently happening. Oops, being able to finish just for fun, coming in clutch, and this is great for Knights because they don't end up losing a single player, and it worked out wonders for them. INCO Gaming is stopped whatever third-party push Execute wanted to do as well.
Yeah, huge game and huge potential for them here now. 5 eliminations their way, all the loot just for fun, and now they can maybe turn this around. Especially if this circle here goes south, that's going to be looking good for them here now. INCO in the Twins building, Execute up there in the distance on the high ground. Now let's see here what INCO's going to get out of this one on the south side. They're hoping for a southern shift so they can push on from there. They have all the vehicles they need in the world. Loops, ATON, Influence, CHEMIN here, potentially fighting on the northern side. Up by the plane crash area, that's really far away from where the next circle is potentially going to be going. Alpha 7 coming in on the northeastern side as well after a long rotation from the military island.
Here comes the circle. Where do you think it's going to go? Are we going to get some toxicity again?
Oh, south maybe? That'll probably be pretty toxic. 20 eliminations though for Revo in just 10 games. That is crazy. 2 per game average. Oh, okay. So still some water, but majority is south right now.
Majority definitely south. Jaguar is going to be in a great spot here. I hope Maytech. Maytech, great stuff. Get into that vehicle, trying to go back to your team. It will be really, really hard to defend that tower there by yourself. Furious Gaming is going to have to fend off a lot of teams. And remember, they're only going to have 2 players because they lost some in a fight earlier. This is just going to be absolute mayhem. This is why I was glad Maytech decided to leave that area. We knew at least one full team was going to be crashing. It decides to be INCO Gaming. Jaguars is going to be able to get a perfect angle on some of these teams. And Execute, that's been here for a minute too, trying to figure out if they can spot anybody. Just get at least one knock. This is going to be a tough spot for Execute, especially once the other teams set themselves.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Influence, CHEMIN. Can you get the most out of this right now? 4 live, 1 elimination. Or do they have to turn this one around here? Revo, finds one. Takes Kayovsky down. Good shots here from Revo. We know what he's capable of. TT finds Kados in there in the distance. He's going to be trying to swim down and get some information potentially. They're trying to smoke off and see if they can make something happen here. This bridge is going to be vital for the further stages of this late game here.
It definitely is. And Alpha 7, remember, they lost some players earlier with the fight that they had against Team QUESO. Now trying to do the best that they can here with just 2 players staying alive. They lost Korea earlier, and they ended up losing another player during that rotation. Who will win map 5? Hutch's got Knights, Imperium's got Alpha 7, and Sandstorm's got VIVO Key Imperium. I'm hoping... Really? Alpha 7? Okay. You know what? I like that you believe in them, even though they currently have 2 players. I was not expecting that, and as we're seeing, we're talking about that. Nova now making a push earlier towards where Execute was. Losing some players. Revo. Oh no, as soon as I mentioned that Imperium picked Alpha 7, the Alpha 7 players started getting knocked. Uh-oh.
It's kind of unfortunate for Imperium right there. But Loops, they are sending it in, flying into INCO and CHEMIN here. That is going to be unfortunate for them. Furious Gaming and Extreme Slayers here on screen. McGrillen's going to find over Koi. Lil Boy's going to find Chief. GC got in the water on the buggy. Waiting to see if they can get more out of this one here. Coop's going to find Telly there with a headshot.
See Kayovsky here under the bridge. Once again, Erangel and those bridge trolls. We saw it earlier and we're seeing it again. Loops Toiko, though, he's still alive. He's one of the... I feel like he's been one of the most performing players or clutch players here for Loops whenever they do need a player to clutch up. Knights is currently on the horizon trying to see if they can maybe send it on Execute too as this fight does continue. Nova's going to be very close by. I think they currently have a player down. There you go. He's going to be able to get picked up. And Spec being able to spot McGrellin from VIVO Keyed. Ooh, McGrellin just barely getting off the line of sight of Spec. If not, Spec was about to make a rain on him. Solo and Fate, super low health. If anybody had at least... Ooh, Spec! Finally finding somebody there from VIVO Keyed, causing some damage, causing a knockdown. That's going to stop VIVO Keyed on doing whatever it is that they were planning to do. And you can see them trying to regroup. VIVO Keyed going back to their usual spot. McGrellin decided to fully back off from Knights. And that knock right there is huge for Knights because it stops them from being pressured by VIVO Keyed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what's going to be happening here after the high ground with VIVO Keyed in this situation here? They're being gate-kept a little bit. Smokes are being deployed. McGrellin taking some fire here. He wants to get into the bug and reposition just a little bit. Knights, 9 eliminations and 4 alive here coming in from that south edge. They could potentially have a huge game here. Team QUESO right now on that western bridge, going to be fighting with Infinity. Infinity Titty is going to be making a little bit of a peekaboo over this edge here to see if we can find some Team QUESO players. Reyes with a Bison in hand. Not the best gun, but he does find some damage onto Sohan. A little bit more, one more shot he would have gotten him, but this gun is just not strong enough to take him down. Skeller, though, on a distance with the M4 finds him. Screams who's going to try to get the confirm on that one. Reyes finds the flush on Sohan. That's good for Team QUESO. Koi goes down from Nova, and Mythic finds Nest Kick there. Some shots are coming in from Jaguar onto Infinity here. Rough situation. Oh, this is a free point right there. See if you can find it.
Regis just got out of the way just in time as Infinity was letting those grenades rain. And guess what? Team QUESO now suffering some losses here. You can see Infinity Regis being able to knock one of the players from Infinity. Now it's just one player. Jaguar's going to be able to keep an eye on that one player from Infinity. He's not going to be able to get those shots in. Reyes is going to have to pop out of that river. Can he survive this? You know that one of the players from Infinity is going to be coming up. I wonder if he's going to be waiting for him. And you best believe his teammates are going to be currently pointing him at him. Going to be figuring out where he's at. Can he win this 1v1? It's very close. Reyes, all you have to do is just close up those shots. You can see him. They're debating it a lot. Execute, eliminate, out of the way, and there you go. Reyes being able to close it up for his team, and he might actually be able to get a pickup here on one of his teammates, if not at least 2. Meanwhile, Influence CHEMIN going up against ATON Esports.
Ooh, Influence CHEMIN. A lot of damage. A ton of damage, if you may, here coming in from ATON. There are 3 guys strong with a knock. Potentially could get that off. We'll see, though. Choco right now trying to heal just a little bit. Nitsu could be picked up as an Atexa. Now the question is really how far can they take this one from this angle here? And where do we see the next circle go? Next circle goes towards the bridge and the Harry Tower. That is huge potential there for INCO and the teams on the northern side.
It's definitely big, and that's actually going to benefit Alpha 7 in a big way because they're playing with 2 players and they're going to just be able to sneak their way up. Spec being able to knock somebody there from VIVO Keyed. They're going to see if they can get somebody else. No, Adrian is actually going to be able to trade there with Spec, and he's going to be able to get that finish. Knights gets eliminated by a lot of teams. It wasn't just VIVO Keyed. It was Alpha 7. It was INCO Gaming. It was anybody that could be possibly spot them. Oh, man. I was actually not expecting that. I thought Alpha 7 was going to be having a great push to at least get a win. It doesn't end up working out for them. Actually, Knights doesn't end up working out for Knights. Meanwhile, ATON Esports, all players alive, currently 3 eliminations. They're gonna have a lot to work with here, as they're gonna have to fence off Team QUESO. They also have to worry about loops under the bridge. And on top of that, Alpha 7. You know, not many teams that you have to worry about. Sarcastic, he says.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Team QUESO, can they maybe get in and get some damage done onto ATON? That's a good nade there from Dreamzoo. Straight onto Fran. Let's see what Team QUESO is going to be able to do with this push here. They have to get into the circle. They're currently not. And if they go up too high off this kind of little high ground or low ground they have, if they peek over the high ground, they're going to be taken out. Nitsu with some hard cover too. Scream's going to be crawling his way. Soon he has to be starting to kind of push with this here. He does. Does he spot him? Not yet. Shots are coming in from multiple angles there. Nitsu knows exactly where he is. That's going to be a Molotov in that general direction. He's going to be making a good peek with the UMP. He takes him down. Screams go down here to Nitsu. PMPL with some shots, and McGrillen from the distance takes Mythic down. Though Seninja takes down Reyes. Seninja takes a situation where he potentially could take down. Oh! That's an insane nade coming in from the distance there. Choco with straight onto PMPL, and Team QUESO's out in 8th place. Oh, that's 4th place, right? 1, 2, 3. No, that's 8th place. They don't say 8th. Okay.
8th? It's crazy. Crazy. All these teams are still alive. And for ATON Esports, I mean, it couldn't have gone any better. You don't end up losing any of your players. Yeah, one of your players gets knocked. But now you're able to fend off that team. And on top of that, you're able to take care of business with loops as well. ATON Esports now with 6 eliminations. INCO Gaming, they haven't really had to move that much. I'm pretty sure their damage is going to be insane though. And now Alpha 7, this is a team. Yeah, I feel like this is the Cinderella story of this map, because if for some reason Alpha 7 can clutch this up, oh my goodness, I believe Imperium is going to be so happy with them being able to only clutch it up with 2 players. Still a lot of gameplay left though, and you can see Trigga is currently, I believe, in the water, just barely in the water too.
So
Evo Kid is going to get blessed with this zone. These teams are going to have to push out. This is going to be very tough for Alpha 7, as ATON Esports is going to be looking to at least try to push them and try to catch them as they end up rotating.
Exactly. All right, Vivo Kid, what can you make out of this circle here? This is your game to win with this circle coming your way. 3 guys alive, Adrian in front. Jaguar fighting with INCO right now. ATON still alive with all 4. Mythic now making a big push here over towards Revo's angle. Nitsu, can you spot somebody here? Could he spot maybe Alpha 7 from that angle? Afraid first aids, has to heal.
I think he might be able to spot Mythic if he's able to just move up a little bit more on that rock, but I think Mythic is expecting them to come from that way, and he's going to be trying to see if he can maybe get some extra points for his team in regards to eliminations. Vivo Key trying to fend off a lot of these teams. It should be easy pickings, but need to be careful. Jaguars is going to be behind them. You can see Jaguars too causing some damage there on INCO Gaming. INCO Gaming not being able to do much, as they haven't had to really do much this whole map once they ended up getting into that little tower. Jaguars gets eliminated.
Oh my god, so many shots.
Eliminated to come down to Mythic. Mythic is able to do anything. No, Alpha 7 gets eliminated in 4th place. Vivo Key looking very strong here with this position. You can see ATON Esports trying to take into a fight with INCO Gaming. Meanwhile, Vivo Key is just going to be looking great here, as they're going to have to wait for INCO Gaming to just push out. This is looking like a Vivo Key win.
Yeah, Vivo Key looking extremely strong in this situation here. They were the team that was kind of on the lower end of the top there, but Vivo Key, they managed to close this one out here. So well played by them. They managed to sweep in so many teams from that high ground, take control, and of course that circle was crucial to get this win locked down for them though. Vivo Key, one of the teams already going to PMGC, but they are here to show what they're made of and get respect amongst all these other teams here.
They definitely played that well. I felt like that engagement they had against with Knights, they were teasing it for a long time. They ended up winning that, and that was the massive turnaround for that team. Sandstorm is going to be really happy. Once we go back to the dash, I better see him dancing, okay? Because he was able to definitely predict that one. And another win for Brazil, Avenger.
Yeah, it's honestly, at this point, you're just trying to continue to act surprised here, but you just can't be more surprised than this, right? It's not the surprise of Brazil doing well, it's the surprise of all the other teams not doing well, right? All right, we're going to go to a break here. Let's hear what the desk have thought about this game here, and we have one more game to go here in PMPL Americas.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Na progressão, o Lohan vem avançando, já caiu o Igor, olha o Adrian, pode fazer um clutch, ele faz o avanço, já dá o jump na smoke, vai se posicionando, o Adrian vem pelas costinhas de frente, Adrian! Olha o Adrian, bala pra cima do Cunha, o Cunha dançou, rabiscou o Adrian, belo strafe, e detalhe, o eles em ação, cai a INCO, agora é Rice e Vivo Cage, Cielo pegou, levando muita bala do Fury, eles não conseguem avançar, Carreiro vai ser derrubado pelo Magdani, o Adrian, quer dizer, pegou pro Guys, então, a gente pode olhando aqui na expectativa se ele ia conseguir buscar o avanço pra cima do jogador.
Q Sandstorm dancing.
Yeah. Reminds me of Carlton from Lair.
Also, I got a present for you.
Yeah?
Right here.
Oh. Hey, can I borrow that? Can I borrow that?
Yeah, you know,
yeah. I'm gonna borrow that real quick right there.
I got you.
We love to see that right there. Let's go take a look here at the match ranking. Vivo Key get the dub. Sandstorm is correct. And you know what? I saw that match, you know, they had that beautiful Mount Everest corner and they just creeped in. That's why I picked the Knights. I was like, hey, Knights, just keep Vivo Key. It's in the bag, baby. But Vivo Key took them out.
Well done to INCO, well done to ATON as well. Choco with those nades onto Team QUESO, onto loops as well. Great job by ATON.
Yeah, just absolutely demolishing everyone from the northern side. You wanted to pick them as your prediction as well. I know they were kind of torn.
I just want that on record, by the way. I wanted to pick ATON. I made a mistake. I corrected it in the WhatsApp chat, but it's too late. Just wanted to put that out there.
For reference, they still lost.
Yeah, I know.
Still wrong. Still wrong. But you know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about the Knights because they didn't get the win, but they put down some serious elimination points. And this does go with what we talked about earlier. We didn't want to see just Coops getting them all done. And look at the spread.
However, there's still a stark difference. Yes, Spec stepping up with that 926 damage, but Xenox and Tensa, 421 and 209, it does need to be picked up from those two.
Yeah, a little bit. But, I mean, we have to give them credit where it's due. Okay. They were pressured a little bit from the south side when Vivo Key went for that push. I was a little bit surprised by the fact that that was their move then, but very well played towards the end. 3 players, they still managed to come up with those eliminations towards the end with the fight against Knights, but still, fantastic performance from them in that game.
Yeah, one thing that you got to realize is that this is the Americas Championships. You can't do splits. You got to commit everybody to the defense right there, especially when you got a squad like Team QUESO. Now, this is a nice little head-to-head between their day one performance and here today. I thought they were kind of falling off a little bit, but it looks a lot closer than what I expected.
It looks quite close on stats, but I think the lack of adaptability is definitely showing. They dropped down now to 6th. And
I think it's the lack of improvement on their part.
Yeah.
Yes, you're still consistently performing at the same rate that you were on day one, but the other teams are improving a lot more. They're getting a lot more eliminations. They're getting a lot more placement points, and you have to improve your performance. You can't stick to that same performance every single day. I don't think you're going to be able to make it to the end of the tournament in top 3.
We'll take a look here at the flyover here. Now, this is what I'm going to kind of disagree with you big time, you know, because I don't think it's just about improvement. I think it's their decision-making, you know?
Okay.
Because we see here, they gate-kept Alpha 7 on this bridge, and I don't really understand this decision. What do you guys think?
I agree with this, to be fair.
Okay.
Because I do think it leans into changing things up. I think it leans into sending that message to the lobby, right? Team QUESO, could they have dipped a little bit earlier? Yes, because it was 10 minutes bridge camping. But when you're talking about kind of trying to puff your chest up and saying, hey guys, I will take you out, we will hunt you down, I don't think it was a bad thing. Good theory, poor execution.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's still 14 other teams that they're competing with in this tournament. It's not just a 4v4. This isn't a TDM. This is PMPL Americas.
It can trickle down, though, right?
Maybe. You know, I'll say this, though. When it comes to Team QUESO there, you know, there's two different strategies. You know, like, yeah, you want to go ahead and take out the top teams, right? Like Alpha 7, because if you take them out and early, then you can, hey, catch up to them and try to get that first place prize pool. Yep. But at the end of the day, you want to get that ticket to PMGC. True. And if Alpha 7 are in first place, that means now fourth place gets a ticket because they've already punched it.
I also believe fifth place as well, because VIVO Kid is also another team that did get themselves a slot in the PMGC.
So having said that, why do you think Team QUESO decided to gatekeep Alpha 7?
Also now two teams with 2 chicken dinners in terms of the overall standings.
You know what? I'm going to tell you the answer. Pride, baby.
Pride.
That's what it is. You know, hey, you want to take out the top dogs in the lobby. Now we're looking at some of the other squads there. The Knights did get a heck of a lot of eliminations, but only 71 total points. They definitely need to step it up there. They did it in a big way, but now it's about getting both. You got to get the eliminations and the placement points in that one. But hey, you know what? There's still a nice little match left here for the day. I wonder who is going to take this one. I'm going to ask you guys here. I want the early prediction, all right? The early prediction from back in the day. Who is going to win the last match here in day 2? Imperium.
I'm going to go for Extreme Slayers. It was an NA team that won the last game yesterday. Extreme Slayers have shown they've improved. They've adapted a little bit. Under the radar, they're currently lying in 7th on 94 points, still 34 points away from Alpha 7. But guess what? If an average chicken dinner is roughly 25 points, that will put them very, very close to the top 3.
Okay, Sandstorm?
I think I'm going to go with Influence CHEMIN for the last game.
It's a good call.
Because these guys are known for moving to the right place at the right time multiple times, and we've seen that over the course of yesterday and today's games. And they're able to consistently perform, consistently get points throughout every single one of those matches, but I think they're going to be the ones to close it out. And also, I want to touch on the fact that, yes, NA had 1 chicken dinner, but they're in 15th place.
Interesting to say here. By the way, we got a nice little question for all you guys down there. Go ahead and put it in the chat. What do you think the answer is? Now, I want production. Lock that in. That is their predictions here for this match. I will give you my predictions in just a little bit, guys.
You can't do that.
I'm the host, baby. I make the rules. That is right.
I'm not taking this.
Extreme Slayers, right? Influence CHEMIN. Good luck, guys. You can see here's the prediction results right here. 2-0-2. All right. So, hey, I want to see if you guys' predictions are going to be on point. I know what I am going to pick already.
In your heart?
I am going to say it just a little bit later, okay?
I'm going to call lies. I'm just going to call lies on that one.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you right now, the truth will set you free. So, hey, that is a beautiful, nice segment right here. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
So what you're telling me, Extreme Slayers might have well just been cursed this next match. That's what
they're done.
To. Yeah,
they're done for
16th place, 0 eliminations.
Yeah. Honestly, I love the way that Jukes just puts him in this place. Like, I'm the host, I decide. He's just gonna when there's 3 teams left, that's when he's gonna say, this is the team I picked, and it's gonna be the truth because he's the host. You can't do anything about that. No, I love the bands on the disc there. Also, at the last game here, we're gonna be going to Miramar 7, and honestly, we're halfway through of this game, and I cannot believe that we're this close on the leaderboard still. It is insane how competitive this lobby is here, 7.
Yeah, halfway mark. I mean, Alpha 7 has created a bit of a distance, right? But remember, that team has already made it to PMGC. They already have that secure spot. some of the other team, you better continue to keep that close because you're going to be within striking distance. And I feel like with Alpha 7 performing so well and taking that first place, this is what I was saying with Knights and some of the other teams that have secured that PMGC spot. You can't be using that as an excuse because Alpha 7's not doing that. Alpha 7, every single tournament, regardless of what, if they already secured the spot for the next tournament or not, they're always playing to be the winners, and it's showcasing here. I mean, Brazil overall is just playing insanely. By the way, the logic that Imperium was using there for picking an NA team, yeah, I don't know about that one, because as Sandstorm said, that team that did end up winning yesterday, that last match, they're in 15th place just for fun.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I'm not sure I would pick the team with the, you know, one of the lowest amount of elimination points. Yeah. I'm not sure. Still, you have to eliminate people to win the game. And I'm not sure that's the play either. Well, as you see here on the left side, we have 128 points for Alpha, 109 for INCO, and now 104 for VIVO. They are able to jump from 7th to 3rd place with that. Revo able to add another 2 eliminations to his. But Coops jumping into the 2nd place tier 7. You're very familiar with this young man, and he's an absolute insane fragger. Also, most damage.
Yeah, and I think it's actually impressive in a way that this man is continuing to put up great stats like he is, considering that his team right now is in 11th place. You mentioned about certain gaps. I mean, right now, Knights, it's not as close. You're going to have to get at least 2 chicken dinners and by 30 points to get even closer there towards the top, or even try to take on what Alpha 7 doing. And what Coops tends to do really well, and you can kind of see it here too, is that man tends to steal a lot of eliminations from other teams too. You know what? This circle though, I feel like we're getting the reverse. Reverse playing path. Earlier we went from northwest to southeast. Now we're getting southeast to northwest, very, very much to the west. Alpha 7 is going to be going towards the north. Knights continues to not be challenged there in Picado. Hopefully they take more advantage of that here during this match. And with this circle that we got, it will be crazy to see maybe something along the likes of Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah, potentially.
We don't really tend to see that.
Yeah, there's the big potential there. Minas Generales, Graveyard, Hacienda there. We could see some endings. One of my favorite, though, up towards Junkyard with all that high ground in between. That could also be crazy to see an Eastern Circle. So I'm kind of, I'm hoping for that a little bit there. But Infinity on screen here so far have played quite well, but still just not having caught it yet to get into that top 5 there. We are looking to see the top spots there. And right now with Alpha 7 in the lead, that could mean that, you know, it's the top 4, maybe potentially even the top 5 that could be going to PMGC with those lock spots already in.
Yeah, you know what's crazy too? We're talking about the Brazilian dominance, and hopefully we'll be able to highlight that even more tomorrow. 5 out of the top 6 teams right now are all the Brazilian teams. That is just ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Looking at that stat just kind of leaves me speechless. I don't think in Americas or in any of the other, maybe, I take that back. We have seen some regions be super dominant, but the way Brazil is doing it right now, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, okay? And I'm going to say this right now. I wouldn't be surprised if when we get to the final day, the top 5 teams are just pretty much Brazilian.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised either. And if it happens, that just means even more crazy teams are going to be making it to the PMGC. INCO played well, and in general, we've seen some crazy things coming out of VIVO Quito as well. Just with that, the 2nd team to have 2 chicken dinners. And now with just one more game to go today, we could see another one. It could be INCO, could be ATON, could be Influence CHEMIN or Loops, Team QUESO maybe. Some of these teams in the top, they could be raking even more in, but still, I gotta remember and have to say again here, we have been seeing teams doing, you know, 80, 90 points per day with 6 games played before, and right now we are really far behind that average, which means that the top is just, there's so many changes that can happen just within one game. You know, they're so close to each other, and the top 3 literally changes every single game.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of changes happening, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that we are below that average, right, of what we've seen some teams being able to do with those pop-off performances. And that kind of leads me back to Nova and the question that we had earlier, and that was that if Nova didn't really perform that well on that previous Erangel, which, I mean, if we go back to it, they ended up getting, I think it was 11th place with just 0 eliminations. So not the performance that Nova wanted to have. And right now, if we were to compare them to the first place team, actually to the third place team, the difference is 68 points. Nova, at some point, you got to start being aggressive. You got to stop being so passive. We try to see a little bit more aggressiveness, and guess what? They might be hearing me right now because they're taking onto loops, and they're actually being able to secure an elimination out of loops. Now, I'm not going to get too excited out of that. I want to see more Nova. That's not going to be good enough. You need to pop off. You need to have the most points out of one game, which so far, I think it was Alpha 7 being able to put up 30. Nova, I want to see 31.
Yeah, for sure. You know, just give me 35, give me 40, like break the records.
There you go.
And even with that, I want to say though, with a 40 bomb, they wouldn't even be making it into the top 5. So it's crazy how far they are behind right now and how stacked the top is. It's really insane to see. But honestly, super competitive here. We always have it in America's championships like this. I'm really loving to see the depth and the skill of the teams right now, and how close they are to each other. Loving also that we see, you know, ATON, Team QUESO, a lot of competition coming out of LATAM at the moment.
Yeah, there definitely is, and I feel like this was the big question that I had yesterday, and something that I mentioned with ATON Esports. That team has so much experience. They have stayed together. They pretty much have all the exact same players, right? And I felt like yesterday they didn't show any of that. They weren't able to showcase their best performances. Today, they definitely turned it around. I think yesterday they ended up their day in 10th place. Right now, before this match, they were able to move up all the way up to 4th place. So you can see, we are lenient to the point that if you are able to have a great day and you are at least within the 10th place finish, you will be able to be within striking distance if you have a great performance. That's what ATON Esports has been able to showcase. And that's why we continue, if you're wondering, viewers, that's why we continue to push here some of those teams that are at the bottom, North America, to please wake up and do something, because you don't want to wait too long. You don't want to be the region that has all their teams not even in the top 10.
No, exactly. That would... Yeah, that would honestly be that'd be rough in that situation. Honestly, Execute though here right now 60 points. They have 24 points more than Nova, and that is mind-blowing just to think of. VIVO and Night Series on screen on Graveyard setting up themselves quite nicely for this game here. Potentially could be doing quite well for themselves potentially in this game. Adrian does feel like he did get some information there. Nights.
Yep.
Question is, what does he do with that? Does he reposition? Or does he get the bike ready to roll out of here?
I think he might just end up staying there. Then we're going to see Furious Gaming actually making a 2-2 rotation. Pretty good rotation, actually. They're going to be working their way up all the way to Impala. We'll have to wait and see what's going to come out of that. INCO Gaming, one of the players from INCO Gaming being spotted right there. Not really much, a lot of action, unless the Knights decides to do something here. This is what you were talking about. AJ might have been able to spot them a little bit and kind of told his team to back off. But Knights being focused on Nenebete from INCO Gaming. Tensa actually being able to put up some shots there.
Yeah, exactly. All right. What's going to be happening from this one here? They're just chilling right now. It's first circle. Circle closing soon. Here's 7. The question is where we're going to be going. It's extremely dense towards the center. Look at the amount of teams that are Minas Generales, Hacienda, and Graveyard. So many teams. It's going to be competing for the same space right now. Hoping for a center shift at this point. That means even more teams are going to be just sending it towards that area. All the high priority compounds are taken at this point. It's going to go super far west, San Martin, Hacienda. You were hoping for some Hacienda action. You're going to get it. Graveyard still pretty decent spot right now for VIVO. Alpha 7 is going to be sending it in. They could be getting even more. They kind of have been getting some good luck with those first initial couple circles going their way, where they're going to be going, like their entry in the circle is coming from Nova and Loops. on this high ground here. And I mean, the Generales, are they going to be able to get some more out of this one here, though? Nova, 1 point in the book so far. Yeah, we really want to see more of them, of course. It's honestly sad to say all the time, but it really talks wonders to how much we're expecting out of a team like this. With the caliber and experience on this team here is just crazy.
Yeah, definitely crazy. I think Nova slowing it down there after what we saw what happened with Loops earlier, at least being able to secure 1 point, right? That's going to be good for them. And now just all the teams going towards the center. Everybody just getting closer and closer. And this is what we're seeing so far out of Miramar. I keep noticing a lot of teams either they're really not playing that outer edge of the circle as much as we kind of used to see in previous seasons. Mostly everybody wanting to be towards the middle, trying to find at least a compound that they can cover. We'll see. Furious Gaming. Their stuff ended up backfiring a little bit. We do see Nova Kindness here spotting some players from Rise. Is Rise going to get spotted? Rise currently being the only Brazilian team that is not in the top 6. That is just such a crazy stat, and I'm going to continue to laugh whenever I say it because I would have never expected that. I expected Brazil to do good, but I guess I just wasn't expecting Brazil to just pretty much become everybody's daddy.
No, exactly. That would just be insane here. Rise on the move, trying to get deeper into this circle here. They're prioritizing circle positioning, and I'm really loving what I'm seeing from that. INCO's got a really good spot. Influence CHEMIN could get even better here. The amount of information that we're seeing from the teams are just scoping down all these teams now. Silence got that information. Law could be stopping in this compound here. Shots coming in from the distance. Is this I think it's Nova just taking a lot of fire towards Rise at this point. Mufasa sending it, trying to reposition and maybe pick up some of the guys that lost their cars or need a pickup for that. Law spots Rise. Kind of a little bit of a pickle here. Ninja has been knocked. Silence taking some fire. He's going to get knocked as well. That's super unfortunate for Rise. Losing 2 players at this point.
Great shots there by a lot from Influence CHEMIN. Now, how is Rise going to be able to react to this? I was hoping, once you said Nova, I was really hoping that Nova will be able to kind of get into this, but I don't think they're going to be able to unless we see on the circle right there to your right, we see Ren starting to rotate a little bit more, seeing if he can find some kind of angle with Nova. He is going to end up backing off, though. Influence CHEMIN, though, the awareness out of this team is just impressive, and I think that's currently what's making Brazil's dominance even more. Just they're always looking around. They're always looking to get into fights. They're not as scared to get into that fight, too. And that is the aggressiveness that Hot Jukes was saying earlier that he wants to see out of some of the other regions, especially North America. We're just not seeing that much aggression. And then with this, oh, my goodness, I think they might have heard me, Avenger, because we do have a little bit of Hacienda del Patron and San Martin.
Oh my God, this is just the start of the day. The hot shifts away and away and away from the teams. Team QUESO looking good here to set themselves up for this one. VIVO Keats sending it in. Alpha 7 has to go fast as well. We could be getting an urban ending. San Martin is a really great city for urban endings, but we also have these really high priority compounds around the outskirts of San Martin. Let's see where the teams decide. There's also one unwritten rule of PUBG, and it is don't go into a city unless you know it's guaranteed to end there, because you're going to have a hard time getting out of it if it ends up stringing out of it.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, it can definitely go a little bit towards the north, right? Preferably, everybody's going to hope that it goes to San Martin, and we're going to be seeing some of the teams do what Nova did earlier during the last Miramar match, which is pretty much drive straight down the middle of a city like they ended up doing in Picado. Alpha 7, I saw them in the horizon there. VIVO Key being able to knock a player from Team QUESO. Team QUESO, we saw the stats during the analyst segment, and we saw they're really not that different, but as Imperium was saying, they just haven't really been able to adapt. They really haven't showcased some of the stronger play that they showed us yesterday. I feel like the win that Team QUESO was able to get yesterday really saved that day for them as well.
Yeah, for sure. They, and again, I was talking about 68 points at the start of the day here. They were able to produce 78 per day on an average on the PMPL Latin America, and 94 was in Brazil, and 94 was Knights' average per day in the PMPL North America. So 68 is kind of low, and it's because it's so competitive, it's so top heavy, and the points are so spread out evenly amongst the top teams. So that's really why we're seeing A lot of teams, you know, shifting places all the time, constantly in the top.
Yeah, and in a way, this team's kind of become comfortable, right? That's something we always talked about, and the community too always tends to talk about. They might be just so used to be playing in their region that it allows for them to pick on certain teams. You can see Execute right here trying to actually pick on Jaguars, as some of the players there were very, very low. Jaguars super close. Oh, please, Solo, throw that nade. You would have been able to just knock him again if you would have just went for it. But stuff like this is a bit of indecisiveness. Are you going to be willing to take the fight, having the grenade out, but having to back up because you don't really have any players backing you up? This is stuff that a lot of these teams are running into. And when we go to Brazil, Brazil just goes for it. You can see Telly there trying to find an angle. He does end up finding an angle, cost him some damage on some of the Jaguars players. Team QUESO is going to start moving up. Maybe us talking about Team QUESO, we're going to be able to jinx them, but in a good way, Avenger. That's what might happen. Since we're talking about them, maybe they'll go for the win. Maybe they'll get that chicken dinner and push themselves up again towards the top 5 or at least top 3.
Yeah, exactly. That would be crazy if we see something like that, honestly. Hopefully, we pop off and go completely nuts with that. And with this circle here, even more wild things will be happening. It popped out of San Martin. Influence CHEMIN looking good, as we're talking about INCO. Knights could be setting himself up. Hacienda ending here, potentially on the books. Execute sending it in.
You can see Team QUESO setting themselves up too, trying to figure out what fight is going to be happening over there between Execute and Knights. I think Knights was able to spot that, and they're just going to decide to back off. They're currently too far away from each other. See Xenox, just for fun, the team that Imperium was referring to, they were able to get that chicken dinner yesterday on the last game. Can they possibly do it again here and get out of that crazy rut that they're currently in the 15th place? VIVO Key being able to knock and eliminate Toiko there from Loop Esports. That's going to be huge. Remember, I keep saying it over and over again. Toiko, definitely one of the best players there from Loop Esports. He gets eliminated. GC got the player that was able to secure a 2nd place finish for Loops Esports in Sanhok gets eliminated as well. And with this new circle, my goodness, I can't believe I actually got a circle right for the first time. It might be going to us in the Patron. I'm shocked here. Can Team QUESO defend against Jaguars just for fun on the Horizon 2 Reyes? We know what he's able to do with those nades. We know what he's capable of. Here come the nades. Oh, he actually ends up getting knocked by Trick. Trick being able to find the angle in third party this fight. And now Jaguar trying to think, okay, this might be the opening we need. Just for fun says, no, no, you're also our enemy. You better watch out. We might come after you as well.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to turn that one around. Just for fun. Oh, look, Sugo. Can he spot one more of the Jaguar guys? Shots coming out. Scaler goes in aggressive. I like what I'm seeing from him. He also finds Sugo, takes him down. Super well played by Scaler. He gets shot in the back though from Team QUESO. Ayala finds one. 3 members standing here for Team QUESO. Lost Papi Poto early on. 2 eliminations for them right now. And now Jaguar's going to have to move. It's not a Jaguar. It's not a supercar though. So he's going to be trying to send it out. Ooh, this is not the time to flip. Get it around and send it in right now. Influence CHEMIN looking really good. Knights looking good. INCO looking good. Execute not looking so good for the last game of the day. They go out in 14th place.
Yeah, we saw Execute trying to get at least some eliminations earlier. That ends up backfiring. They're going to get eliminated there in 14th place with just 1 elimination. Extreme Slayers. We saw that prediction from Imperium. Jaguars is going to be pushing towards him, and I believe they're also currently in a fight. They already have 2 players lost. They must have heard what Imperium was able to do. He might be able to get an elimination here. Nesquik, come on, hit those shots. Oh, no, he's not going to be able to. And Extreme Slayer is going to be surrounded, too. This is not looking good for Extreme Slayers.
Let's see what happens here with this send from ATON. Going close to electricity plant here in the north side of San Martin. Shots coming in. Shoko takes down Scream, so Team QUESO is not going to be able to pick him up. He is far away from the rest of his teammates. How that moves that circle straight onto Influence CHEMIN though.
I'm hearing that Hot Juke's prediction was Loops, and Loops has been eliminated. Sorry to hear that, Hot Juke's. Coming in late. Sad to see Alpha 7 though Gonna be looking at ATON Esports. Gonna be seeing if they can maybe get some shots. Carrillo gets spotted. He's gonna get some damage on him, forcing him to back off. ATON Esports trying to defend this area, trying to find a way that they can rotate out of this and actually make it to the circle. Influence CHEMIN is going to be the only team that's actually inside. I believe Sandstorm actually picked that team, so he's going to be super happy. He might be able to put up a 3-0 for the next segment. I would love to see that.
Yeah, that'd be crazy for sure. Alpha 7 though here, all 4 alive, 1 elimination for them. They're going on the northwestern side of this new circle here, trying to get on a fight here potentially with ATON. Choco trying to get into some space here, but Alpha 7 has the high ground advantage coming out of this compound. Shots coming in with the Mark 14 onto Choco. It's going to be completely demolished there by Mythic. Mythic super low himself, has to heal now.
See there, Mythic, even though he's super low, he's still making sure he stays within 5, forcing him a little bit now to back off, try to heal up. You did see one of the players there from Alpha 7 getting knocked, Mafioso. I think this team is going to be looking to see if they can maybe, hopefully pick him up. Revo goes down as well. ATON Esports now Nitsu, the only player alive here. Meanwhile, Influence CHEMIN trying to keep everybody at bay. Team QUESO gets eliminated. It doesn't look like we were able to jinx him in a good way. It looks like we also cast her. Well, you know what? I cast her curse. Team QUESO right there, as they did end up getting eliminated in 11th place. Now Alpha 7, Mythic. We saw the aggressiveness out of him earlier. And look at this. Who will win map 6? Imperium, Stream Slayer, Sandstorm, Influence CHEMIN, Hot Jukes. Who else but Chicken Dinners? That I wouldn't expect anything else out of Hot Jukes. Good job, brother. Good job. I'm so proud of you. And I agree with that pick. ATON Esports here with Alpha 7. They're going to be looking to get into a fight. Alpha 7 now with just 3 players. They did end up losing Mafioso. Nova Esports continues to not be able to do anything here. I think that's going to be major hurt for them as they do get eliminated as well. Meanwhile, Mythic, Avenger, letting this grenades raid and knocking people down from ATON Esports.
Yeah, we know Mythic is an absolute insane grenadier right now, and he's able to just rain hell upon them. Vivo Keed kind of in shambles here in this point as well. Scrisada got up. Beggar's going to be able to move. Can they make a move onto Vivo Keed at this point here? That is really the question. Nate's in hand. Adrian has 5. Going to try to return it onto Becker. Shots coming in from multiple angles. Oh, Vivo Keed kind of in shambles here at this point. 2 knocks on their side. Adrian has to try to heal, and that's it. Becker gets McGrellin and gets Adrian out on that one there. Influence CHEMIN laughing in the compound that they know now that's going to end straight next to it.
Yeah, they're just living their best life right now. We saw Stream Slayers getting eliminated there. Knights, possibly this could be the wake-up call that we've been wanting to see out of Knights. They do have 3 players alive. Tensa being able to get a knock there on INCO Gaming. One of the players from INCO Gaming, Becker, staying within that little shack. Oh, actually staying behind a vehicle that's exploded already. Trying to secure some extra points for his team. Here we go. The push from Alpha 7.
Oh,
great Molotov right there by Alpha 7, making Nitsu push off. And Nitsu does end up going down to the Molotov. Alpha 7 being able to clear ATON Esports without losing any extra players. This is great to see from Alpha 7.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy. Good to see from them. Alpha 7 here with a lot of control from their current position inside the circle. They're not waiting for all the other teams to try to kind of start a fight with Influence CHEMIN right now. Knights kind of infiltrating some of the lower grounds here below Influence CHEMIN. Are they ready for this infiltration onto this? Let's see, Fierce Gaming maybe breaching into the north part of this compound here. That could be pretty as well. Yeah, we see here Fernand, he's in there. I see TPS in hand. Smokes are coming out.
With Influence CHEMIN is going to come down to how well are they going to be able to defend this spot, because a lot of teams are going to be looking to push in to where they're currently located, and if not, just wait for one of the teams to push in, and then they can try to third party. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Knights and Alpha 7 are currently thinking. Can we somehow just wait it out in third party? Oh, INCO, he's not going to be able to make it out of there. Becker, what a Molotov once again out of Alpha 7. Revel being able to just secure that elimination right there, and guess what? Knights is going to be aware. Okay, that's Alpha 7. this might be a moral victory for us too if we can possibly take out Alpha 7. Big competitors, they're always being questioned on who's better. Right now, Alpha 7 is definitely looking better. Mythic gets caught running around by Federal from Influence CHEMIN. He's going to be able to finish him off, I believe. Yeah, there's no way he's going to make it out of there. Great stuff here from Influence CHEMIN. Currently looking to be the favorites to win this match.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one, though. Southern shift. Alpha 7 is trying to get around that. Knights trying to set themselves up for a potential gatekeeper of the teams coming out of the compound. Virage Gaming and Influence CHEMIN, they have to get out of this point here. They are currently, on the edge of this, and I feel like it's going to be a gatekeep situation here for Knights, potentially setting himself up, and also seeing an MK14 on the hand of Knights. The drop just outside right there. But it's hard to defend the teams trying to kind of jump off this high ground. They potentially will be fighting Alpha 7 as well. Carrillo sending it straight into the shack. Surviving currently. Utility has to be used here by Coops. Trying to get it in the direction there of Alpha 7. Carrillo not taking too much damage there. More shots coming in. Oh, he's taking him low.
He's super, super low. Somehow being able to get just behind cover at the right time. And between this fight, between Knights and Alpha 7, a team that I'm seeing a bit on the horizon, Milo Van from Furious Gaming just snaking his way into that final circle. What a nade there. Furious Gaming, actually, a Leon Kid being able to knock one of the players from Knights, and Knights now has to worry about getting sandwiched. Coops being able to nade back and knocking a Leon Kid, returning the favor that he was able to cause his team earlier with Tensa. They need to be careful. Coops is usually great at this 1v1, especially close range. He's going to be able to win that easily, and he's going to be looking around to see if he can maybe spot the next person from Furious Gaming. Here we go. Confirm those eliminations. Confirm those eliminations. There you go. Furious Gaming does end up getting eliminated. And now Influence CHEMIN, I mean, they couldn't have set it up any better for you guys. Rebel's going to be moving up. Carrillo's going to be stuck behind that shack. Can Knights come back from this? You can see Loft picking up his teammate, putting him in the backpack, saying, I got you, buddy. Don't worry. I got you.
All right. 3 teams. Influence CHEMIN's 4 alive. Knights is 3. Alpha 7 is 2. They're going to be playing a slow game, trying to force this fight in between Knights and Influence CHEMIN, and then jump at the right time here. Knights is fully aware of this, though. Carrillo takes down Tenja. Rebel is...
This is going to go down. You can see Rebel right there getting on some shots, too. Being able to, I believe, knock one of the players and trying to confirm that elimination. Oh, the grenade from Little Boy being massive. Coops trying to sneak up and see if he could get some kind of angles on Influence CHEMIN. He's not going to be able to. He's also going to have to worry about Carrillo because Carrillo is still alive there from Alpha 7. And Influence CHEMIN, it seems like everything is starting to fall apart. They do have Coops. They do have Carrillo. 2 of the best players in Americas, and you do not want to have them in your side. You can see Carrillo just moving back and forth.
Oh, the aggression.
Pretty much, they're helping out each other. Aggressive everywhere. Coops does end up getting up. Cenox, though. Cenox is nothing to laugh at. You can see him being aware that Revo might end up getting picked up. Influence CHEMIN ends up getting eliminated. And Knights, ladies and gentlemen, somehow, some way, being able to survive the mayhem from Alpha 7, being able to survive the mayhem from Furious Gaming, and also eliminating their Influence CHEMIN. Alpha 7 versus Knights. Who's gonna win this? And I think it's I think I might know who's gonna win this, but you never know, honestly. You never know what can happen here in PUBG Mobile Esports, especially in Miramar, and especially with the caliber of players that we currently have. You can see Carrillo kind of looking around, being able to there. The elimination on Coops.
Great.
Carrillo comes out. He gets a knock. It comes down to a 1v1. Can Carrillo actually clutch up here against Cenox? Cenox is gonna have some damage. Carrillo, ladies and gentlemen, he's able to clutch it up for Alpha 7. This is what we're talking about. If you want to have a player alive, it's going to have to be Carrillo, because that man has the skills, that man has the shots, and that man has the looks. Alpha 7, not just 2 wins, now 3 wins. Whew. I was not expecting.
The rest, that is how much I can count, that is the amount of... when I'm ordering beers, that is the max I go to. Tres cervezas, por favor. And that's definitely what these guys are going to be saying here. Obviously, that is not Portuguese, that is Spanish. But yeah, honestly, Alpha 7, though, 3 out of 12. 3 chicken dinners out of 12. And with a 2-man like that, 7, I could not believe it, honestly.
You know what Brazil's doing right now? Oh, They're dancing that samba. They're dancing that samba. And you know who's also going to be dancing that samba? Nobody on the dance, because I don't think anybody actually got it right except for Haju. So you know what? Let's see what the dance has to say.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Welcome back, everybody. No, excuse me 1 second. Hold on, let me just put these on real quick. Avenger, C3, right? Alpha 7, 3 chicken dinners. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Bring the camera right here. Bring the camera right here. Hold on. Let me just put a little line right there. That looks good right there. How's that look, guys? Does that look good?
It looks so good, Hot Jukes. It looks so good.
Let's go. Sandstorm!
Wait, why did I...
Wait,
Why? What that? Sandstorm
Let's
didn't
go,
get a point.
Hey.
Great
Mine
choice,
was top
Sandstorm.
3, okay? Mine was top 3. Where was your team?
Look. That's all I have to say. Focusing on that. That's how my heart feels right now, guys.
Oh my gosh. And you know what? That same face is something that the Knights share right there. Because dang, that was so close there towards the end. But Alpha 7 Carrillo just keeps doing Carrillo things once again with a huge clutch chicken dinner. Wow.
As Martin pointed out, and as you kind of justifiably said, 3 of the 12 games, that's a quarter of the total games so far played, won by one team alone. Absolutely fantastic. But I do want to highlight the Knights genuinely. That was arguably their best game so far in this tournament. They put it all together. They were aggressive. They were proactive. That rotation to Hacienda early on when it shifted away from San Martin was absolutely on point.
It was. But when I was looking at the map the entire time and seeing how the zone was shifting in favor of Influence CHEMIN, listen, like my expectations were just being raised higher and higher, but I do have to give it to Carrillo and Alpha 7 because just because the Knights weren't able to take him down, those nades didn't hit. And he was just in such a beautiful position. And he played those angles so well. So damn well towards the end of that game. Very well deserved. Like, I'm not even sad that I got the prediction wrong. I got them in top 3, but with the game ending like that, that was just complete madness.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for a second, I thought we were going to finally see another NA team win the last game of the day. But what can I say?
You sure you weren't daydreaming,
I knew Alpha 7 was going to just steal it there towards the end. But you know what? We do have a beautiful interview here that we're about to do with none other than Alpha 7. How you doing there, Mr. Senor 7?
Obrigado. Over here, just counting my dollar bills. You know, first place is looking real good.
So, Mr. 7,
yeah, what's up?
How are you feeling after 3 fantastic wins so far?
Hold on, I'm so sweaty right now. I gotta just dry myself.
Wait, excuse me, sir. First question. Right? Can you please?
What do you mean first question? Just ask the question.
Wait. He needs to pat that eyebrow slit first. Where is it?
We're saving that for the last day. Okay, I'll come last day.
Okay. Perfect.
What was that question again, Imperium? Sorry, I didn't hear you there. Somebody was speaking Portuguese to me over here. We're winning. I mean, what can I say?
Priorities. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. I've gotten 0 prediction points so far. Who cares what I have to say?
Sandstorm, please go next.
Sandstorm, go ahead.
Okay, how does it feel? You have a fantastic lead in the leaderboard so far. 3 chicken dinners, first team to do that. Are you feeling confident? Tell me, what's it like?
I'm feeling great, man. I want to give a shout out to Monster Energy, the energy drink sponsor of the PMPL Americas. You know, they have definitely given me that oomph to really go out there and get those wins. And I can't wait to see what Brazil is going to be doing, because right now Brazil is absolutely destroying everybody.
Okay.
Ain't nobody got nothing on Brazil. And also, you know what? A last little message here.
Oh, wait, no.
See? There you go. That's all I got to say. That's the interview. Interview over. See you guys tomorrow. Later.
3-0. 3-0, baby. Woo! I mean, it was always good to talk to Alpha.
It is.
Seven
It
right
is.
there.
Yeah. The one and only 7 coming in clutch.
Well done. Well done right there. I mean,
someone has to come in clutch, Imperium.
I just don't even have a response.
It just burns at this point. It just burns. Come on.
I'm not gonna say I'm not heartbroken right now.
I will say this. I will give you a little slack. Okay.
Yeah.
Because you did choose a North American team.
Yes.
Right towards the end, a very bold prediction. Very bold. Very bold. Very bold.
Look.
It was wrong, which we knew was going to happen. You know, but still very bold, and I do appreciate that. Let's take a look here at the daily winners here for the day, and you can see here Alpha 7 and VIVO Keyed both doubling up on chicken dinners.
It's kind of like Alpha 7 said, anything you can do, I can do a lot better, VIVO Kid.
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday, we had 4 chicken dinners for Brazil, 1 for LATAM, 1 for NA. Today, 5 chicken dinners for Brazil, 1 for LATAM, and a big goose egg, unfortunately, for NA.
Does that mean tomorrow is going to be 6 chicken dinners for Brazilian teams?
I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. These guys are monsters.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane to see the whole leaderboard just on top with it right here. Let's take a look here at the MVP, though. I think I know who it is. It's Coops.
Are you kidding me?
I am telling you, this man wants that MVP cash regardless. 13 eliminations.
So good from Coops today. And yes, we highlighted that Tensa had somewhat kind of picked up the pace as well, and that the rest of the team probably need to kind of get a little bit more on Coops' level. But at the end of the day, we just can't deny the power this player has. And I know we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I can't wait to see this, and hopefully in the PMGC.
I mean, yeah, they already have their ticket for the PMGC, and when it comes to Knights, but Coops still outstanding performance in today's games as well with those 13 eliminations. But I'm going to be a little bit brutal here.
Okay, give it to us.
You need more from the side of Knights. Coops, you're doing absolutely everything. You're throwing everything at the kitchen sink at this point, but the rest of the team has to do something. If you you're looking at Alpha 7, every single member is stepping up.
That's
VIVO Keyed, incredible performance also with the fact that they got 2 chicken dinners in today's games as well. This is not a solo tournament. This is a team squad tournament that you're looking at.
Hey,
you need more from the rest of your squad.
The one-man army that is Coops. We did see Spec pick it up a little bit here today, which is good. But again, we do want to see it a little bit more from everybody. So take a look here at the overall rankings. That first place gap is quite thick now.
That is
quite thick.
35 points, I believe, is the difference between first place and second place alone. Now, it's incredibly close leading down that path. And as of right now, with VIVO Keyed and Alpha 7 already qualified for the PMGC, it is ATON 7 that holds on to that final PMGC ticket in this EU Championships. But Team QUESO aren't far behind, just 7 points shy, because again, Knights already have their spot booked.
Yeah, 7 points from QUESO until ATON. You're talking about, 9 as well for that 8th place. Extreme Slayers, they're still all in contention. Like, I would bring it down maybe at this point still to like 10th place. Yeah, actually, no, all the way down to 12th, because we still have 2 days. If we were at day 3 at this point, only 9th place has a chance to compete for those 3 tickets.
Absolutely insane. You know, Extreme Slayers aren't too far away, right, from possibly hitting that 104 points. They only need a little bit more. But, you know, now Nova, what is that, 65? 65-point difference from them.
Should we, not to sound harsh, but should we even really be talking about them anymore?
I guess so at this point,
not be bad, but it's like, you know, we can only talk about them if they give us a reason to talk about them, right? We never like to shoot super hard on teams, but, you know, until they start showing us something, they shouldn't really be considered in the conversation.
I agree.
Well, let's see. Hopefully they can make themselves a part of the conversation tomorrow. Everybody, mark your calendars. Tell all your friends. I'm your host, Hot Chooks. I hope you guys enjoyed the show, and we will see you all tomorrow. 3.
Now's the time. You decide what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment